Good day. We are going to be having a discussion based on the National Senior Certificate Grade 12 English Home Language Paper 2, November 2025 examination. The paper is 80 marks and it is 2.5 hours. And therefore, we are going to have discussions on the poems that came out. Our instructions have always been the same. We are going to answer based on 3 sections. Our section A is poetry that consists of 30 marks. Our novel is 25 marks. The drama is also 25 marks. We answer 5 questions in total, 3 in section A, where we answer prescribed poetry and we choose any 2 poems of our choice. And the unseen poem is compulsory, and therefore it will be question number 5. In section B, we only answer based on the novel set work that we have studied in school, and we answer 1 question. And we answer 1 question in the drama section that we have studied in the school as well, and we answer 1 question as well. What happens with the choice of answers for section B, the novel, and section C, the drama, is that we answer 1 essay question and 1 contextual question. It means if you answered the essay question in your novel set work in section B, automatically you must answer the contextual question in section C. But if you decided to answer the contextual question in the novel section, section B, you now must answer the essay question in the drama, which is section C. Our length of answers for the poetry questions, for the poetry questions will be 250 to 300 words. And our length of answers for the novel and drama sections is 400 to 450 words. Our mark allocation is always going to determine how long our answers are going to be contextually. And as a result, we should be able to aim for conciseness and relevance. We must follow the instructions at the beginning of each page or each section carefully. Our suggested time management is section A must be approximately done in 40 minutes. Our section B, which is either the essay or the context, is approximately 55 minutes. Same with section C is approximately 55 minutes. We must be able to write neatly and legibly. Let's go and see the table of contents and what was given to us in 2025. Our poems that came out were Solitude. It is a Beauteous Evening, Calm and Free, Poem of Return, and This Winter Coming. Our unseen poetry was entitled The Trees. If we realize that the poetry section, we had a balance, a beautiful balance of 2 Western poems and 2 African context poems, which balance the whole equation. Right. We have our picture of Dorian Gray as the novel and Life of Pi as the novel. And in section C, we have Hamlet, Othello, and the Crucible as the plays that are in syllabus. And therefore, it depends with the school and the choices that the school made for the novel and the play. We are going to go to our essay question, which is Solitude. Our instruction says for the essay question, read the poem below and then answer the questions that follow. Solitude by Ella Wheeler Wilcox says, laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and you weep alone, for the said old earth must borrow its mirth, but has trouble enough of its own. Sing, and the hills will answer. Sigh, it is lost on air. On the air, the echoes bound to a joyful sound, but shrink from voicing care. Rejoice, and men will seek you. Grieve, and they turn and go. They want full measure of all your pleasure, but they do not need your warmth. Be glad, and your friends are many. Be sad and you lose them all. There are none to decline your nectared wine, but alone you must drink life's gall. Feast and your halls are crowded. Fast and the world goes by. Succeed and give and it helps you live, but no man can help you die. For there is room in the halls of pleasure for a large and lordly train, but one by one we must all file on through the narrow aisles of pain. Our question says, in this poem, the speaker expresses the idea that despite moments of connection to others, people are ultimately alone. Before we dissect the poetry question, we are going to talk a little bit about this poem to give ourselves a context of what we are facing. When we come to this beautiful poem, it is realistic in the sense that learners keep saying they cannot forget it because it gives a true reflection of what we are facing in this world. Remember, this poem is based on Ella Wilcox's observation about the world around her. One of the things that happened is that she was traveling to a governor's inaugural ball somewhere in Madison. So on the way, on the train, she sat opposite a young widow who was dressed in black and was crying. Now, Ella Wilcox sat with her and tried to comfort her for the rest of the journey. When they arrived at the ball, she was so depressed and she could hardly enjoy the party at all, which is understandable. When she saw her own face in the mirror, she remembered the crying woman and therefore wrote this poem. She thinks about the world's response to sadness. And the title of the poem says Solitude, which means a lonely place or being alone. So now when we're coming in, the title implies that the state of being alone by choice is implied. It is not automatically negative, but it can also have connotations of isolation and loneliness. In this poem, Ella Wilcox gives us the universal truths that we don't always want to face. When you are happy and rejoicing, that attracts people. But unfortunately, when you are crying and weeping and alone and going through difficult times, you are alone. So as a result, this is a human condition. I believe it's an intrinsic human condition. Sharing joy and good times, and you have people. But if a person is alone or in solitary, it's because they are going through tough times and sadness. So as a result, in this poem, the finality is that one must face one's problem alone instead of seeking happiness through others. So now when we're coming in, we're saying it is inevitable to be alone because that is the only way you can deal with whatever you are going through in life. We are all alone. We are lonely on our journey of life, and therefore it means we have to deal with this condition on our own. When we come to the poem itself, we have a juxtaposition. I believe when we say juxtaposition, it's a contrast. When we say we have a juxtaposition, it's part of the internal structure of the poem in the sense that from the beginning of the poem, this is what we mean by contrast and a juxtapose. Laugh, weep. When we start with line 1 to 2, 5 to 6, 9 to 10, 13 to 14, 17 to 18, we definitely have what we call a juxtaposition. What we mean when we say juxtaposition is that happiness within oneself creates happiness among others. But unfortunately, the complication starts with the contradiction of that happiness, where we say there's always the opposite. People do not flock to your side if you are upset. And therefore, human beings are only attracted to positivity and are not attracted to negativity. I believe one of the things is all the juxtaposition that we've just mentioned are basically dealing with the same element of the attitude of people towards the circumstances that you are in, which fall under either happiness or sadness. And as a result, when we realize what is happening in the juxtaposition, it only stops in line 17 to 18. When we finish off the poem, which is the third stanza, that's the final set of the juxtaposition, and it's only one in that paragraph, in that stanza. My apologies. Why? Because when we are coming to the final lines of the poem, the emphasis is that we must realize there is a metaphor for life that is brought towards the end of the stanza. So when we're coming in, it says, life and death is what she deals with towards the end of the poem. But no man can help you die. If you are successful and give generously to other people, emotionally, materialistically, or whatever, unfortunately, the reality is that you must go through the process of death alone. So as a result, when we are talking about death towards the end of the poem, is that it is a solitary venture. It's a metaphorical transition that we always go through alone. The spaces in your life, which are the halls of pleasure in that stanza, are filled with joy and happiness, and you have a long procession of people that follow you as if you're royalty. But when we come into line 20, we have a volta, which is a change in the word but. So when we're coming into line 20, I believe this is where there is a switch and a change in the poem, where she is forcing us to accept our fate. One by one. That's emphasis of the main theme of the poem, which is solitude. So as a result, happy people we will not be with you in your death and in your painful times. People can only survive pain on their own. And as a result, you cannot experience pain with other people. The emphasis on we must all, I believe that is on line 23. We must all find honor. Implies that everyone will suffer, and the journey through pain is ultimately one that everyone will have to make on their own. This is a beautiful poem, but it has a lot of imagery and it has a lot of things. And that's why now it's very important that when we come in, we bring in a remembrance of what the poem is about, and we'll be able to get it right. Now I believe we have a clear picture of the poem, and we can be able now to go to the essay question and try and see what it required of us. All right, let's begin. We are going to dissect this essay question. I will talk about the essay question in general in poetry and say, remember that the poetry essay is only 250 to 300 words. So within those words, you have to discuss three elements. That's the imagery, that's the structure, and the tone. And it's a critical discussion of how these three elements express the idea that despite moments of connection to others, people are ultimately alone. In other words, I believe it's how does the imagery reflect solitude as an intrinsic human nature? How does the structure reflect the solitude as part of human nature as well as tone? And therefore, that's how it will be easy for you to get through the question. We are going to discuss a little and talk about this because I believe I'm going to use one of the things that I'm going to talk about when it comes to this is the issue of that when we are dealing with the essay question, the general statement is that being alone is part of our human journey. People flock to you when you are happy or going through good times. But they abandon you when you are in pain or suffering. That's the human nature that we are talking about. And today we are going to start with imagery. And as a result, when we are touching on imagery, I always say to my learners, discuss at least 3 elements under imagery, discuss at least 3 things under this so that you can be able to get as much points as you can. What do we mean by saying discuss? I always say identify it, and then that is naming it. And I believe one of the things is you will specify the line number in the poem. And finally, you are going to discuss its effectiveness. That will allow you enough discussion to be awarded beautiful marks. Don't just name it and leave it there and just abandon it. Discuss its effectiveness so that it's clear exactly how it's known. One of the imageries that are clear for me is the juxtaposition, I believe. The juxtaposition is really jumping up for me to say, despite moments of connection, because the moments of connection are the positives in the poem, and the people are ultimately alone are the contrast for me, which is the negative part of the human nature. So it comes in for me there, and I talk about the contrasting images. I believe when we are talking about contrasting images, the lines, I think I specified them when I was discussing the poem to say it's line 1 to 2, line 9 to 10, and so forth and so forth. The contrasting images, what do? They give the positive element when you are happy and attract people. But pain and suffering must be endured alone. Or in isolation. And as a result, what could you have used? I believe laughter, line 1 and 2 as an example. Laughter draws the world to you, but weeping is done in solitude, as no one will be there to comfort you. This is what we are talking about when we say identify it. Give the line number and discuss its effectiveness, because that is showing understanding of what you are talking about. I believe I'm also going to talk about the imagery of death in the third stanza. It's really jumping up to me at the moment as I'm looking at the poem, where it says, death is inescapable. I believe imagery of death is in line 20. That's our line 20. When we say death is inescapable, and we also say it's a solitary event. Regardless of the number of friends you have, number of friends you have, the final moment is faced alone. So that is what is jumping up to us today. And I believe my final discussion on imagery, so the second one was the metaphor of death. I'm going to talk about line 23 to 24, which is the closing lines of the poem. And what I'm seeing in lines 23 to 24, it says, but one by one we must all file on through the narrow aisles of pain. Life's hardships, according to this imagery, a solitary journey. When we are saying there is solitary journey, we say it's not deep sorrow. That's the life's hardships that we are talking about. Pain, sadness, reflecting or being shown as not a communal experience or a shareable experience. And as a result, I believe the narrow aisles is what is the imagery for me that is showing us that it's only done in a single file, and it means it must be in isolation or in solitary means. You cannot share them, and therefore you'll have to experience them and go through them and overpower them on your own. I believe those are the three things that I could touch on when it comes to imagery. When it comes to structure, I believe this one was easier to do than the imagery because learners always confuse themselves. But as I'm trying to give a clear way of how to construct your paragraphs, is to make sure that you name the imagery, you give the line number, you will discuss its effectiveness to the poem, and that shows that we might have friends and support, but there are certain things in life where you will have to deal with them alone, and they will not be there for you as friends. Right. When we're coming into the stanza, I believe one of the three things we've always preached about is that mention the three stanzas, mention the 18 lines, because that's the structure of the poem. And now you'll be very specific and say, it is a strict structure, which is very true. So what does the strictness or the rigid structure entail? I believe it reflects the rigid condition of human nature. Condition of human nature. So we cannot deny that one. So as a result, we are saying inescapable, to deal with painful times alone, as friends will only be attracted to your happiness. Right. So as a result, those are the three things that I felt were relevant. The stanza part was very relevant in the sense that I'm going to touch on the stanzas as well. One of the things that happen is that the first stanzas, which is stanza 1 and 2, the first stanzas, they focus on the contrast of human nature. And I believe the other thing we must mention is that it also focuses on the attitude the behavior and actions of humans. So the last stanza, which is stanza 3, I believe what it does is to focus on the end of one's life. If you remember, we talked about death as well. And suggests acceptance of this inevitability. Right. That's our structure. And as a result, I believe when we're coming to tone, we are going to talk about right. When we come to the tone, we are very clear that when we begin the poem, we definitely have a sad tone. Why do we say so? Human nature is not attractive when we begin, in the sense that we are given a sad tone. I'm going to touch on the sad tone first. Solitude, deep sorrow, is seen as negatively repulsive, and joy is seen as positively attractive. So that's what we get about the sad part of humans, because humans are only brought to your happiness and not your sad times. I believe there's also a melancholic tone where we talk about the issue of that, the contrast of how society is selective, or how human behavior is selective. And if it's selective, it means that solitude is inherent. So my formula to the learners has always been give two tones and discuss them beautifully. because your word limit will not be enough towards the last thing you discuss. But if you do justice actually to where I feel the content really has to be given thoroughly, which is the imagery and the structure, I believe you can give your two tones and therefore it will make beautiful sense. So when we're coming in, we are saying that it is very true that we do have our moments of connection as humans, but we are ultimately alone because we have to go through the most difficult processes lives in isolation and all alone. And that is our essay question, which was question number 1. Um, I always professionally believe that the essay question has been recommended by a lot of experts in the English subject for reasons that it is easier to get marks. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it is easier to get marks in the essay question than in the context question. We have been advised several times as educators that encourage your learners to write the essay question, which I believe I also did in the classroom and encourage learners, because for you to discuss imagery, for you to discuss structure, you choose what you want to discuss. And as long as you have given 3 points there, 2 points there, and you have touched on, I believe it will be 8 points in total. If we say 3 points under imagery, 3 points under structure, and 3 points under tone, I believe you'll have adequate marks to make you pass that question. Unlike in the context where really you will struggle with the phrasing of the question and understanding it, and as a result, you badly in the context. So as a result, it has been a stereotyping thing that has happened in the classroom to say you're writing an essay. But once you get the formula of writing the essay and you practice it, you will be fine. One of the educators that made the learners force the essay question from earlier on in the year to say, every time we finish a poem, we are going to touch on both essay and context so that we move throughout the year knowing that we have touched on both. But we cannot be selective and say it's easier to write the essay in this one or we do it in the next poem. And it means the practice will not be done. So I encourage that can we, for each and every poem, be able to answer both the essay and the context. And therefore, it means you'll be a happy child when you open the script, the question paper, and start writing on your script that I'm definitely writing the essay because I know what's supposed to be dealt with and what's supposed to be done. We just fear the unknown. We adapt and we become confident. And by the end of the year, we are ready for any poem that comes as an essay. Let's go to question number 2. It is a Beauteous Evening, Calm and Free by William Wordsworth. For some of our learners in the prelim, they had this as an essay question, and therefore they were smiling yesterday. They even text me late to say, I smiled when I saw William Wordsworth because we just closed it off in the prelims, though it was an essay question and it comes as a context question. But because they've done the essay, there is no way they would have forgotten things that we discussed under the essay, and therefore it becomes easier to adapt to the context. Let's go. It is a beauteous evening, calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun. Breathless with adoration, the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquility. The gentleness of heaven is on the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlastingly. Dear child, dear girl. Where was I? That worketh with me here. If thou appear untouched by solemn thought, thy nature is not therefore less divine. Thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year, and worshippest at the temple's inner shrine. God being with thee when we know it not. Okay, a beautiful poem at that, and we are going to start the discussion. William Wordsworth is a romantic movement poet. And therefore, we all know in the poetry world that the romantic movement in poetry was dealing with nature, and therefore we indirectly call such poems nature poems. It has nothing to do with love. I think we understand that now when we say romantic movement. One of the things is the development of the love of nature in poetry is what brought this type of movement. Great natural beauty is what we find. Admiration and idolization of nature is what we do a study in such poems. So as a result, when we come to this type of poem, William captures the power of a very tranquil and peaceful moment in nature. It focuses on the speaker's simple, simpler movement of walking by the seaside or the ocean with a child who is assumed to be William Wordsworth's own daughter, whom he had not seen in a long time. So now when we come in, it says he had a child out of wedlock and he concealed the element of his personal history from the public to avoid the shunning. But now what happens is as they are walking by the seaside, he describes the calming influence of the sea and he compares it to a holy time. Because the child is with him and the child is so innocent in her thoughts, she is also part of God's wonderful divine nature. When she is automatically connected to God, though she is unaware. The contents of the poem are actually structured by the form of the poem. The poem is a Petrarchan sonnet, which is usually called an Italian sonnet. So as a result, when we say it's an Italian sonnet, we are going to talk about the fact that it does have 14 lines. It having 14 lines means that it is divided into two parts. So when it's divided into two parts, we have line 1 to 8, which we actually call the octave. So as a result, when we are going to line 9, we have a shift, and the shift is called a volta because it shifts the whole content and changes it. It shifts the tone of the poem and it changes. And therefore, we call that line a volta because it brings a change. And line 9 to 14 are actually called a sestet. So we have 8 lines which are called the octave, and we have 6 lines which are called the sestet. When we look at line 1 to 8 today of this poem, and we are going to talk about the octave in general, we are saying it is a description of the beautiful, peaceful nature. Beautiful, peaceful nature. And as such, when we are coming to the sestet, which is line 9 to 14, we actually are moving from the physical state of nature and we are going to the spirituality of understanding nature. And therefore that becomes a metaphor for life. So when we're coming, it deals with the spirituality of understanding this nature, because this nature is a direct connection to God. And that's why we are saying you must be able to separate the structure of the poem so that the content itself may be structured properly. It's a direct connection to God. So that's why when we're coming in today, we are talking about tranquility, beautiful, peaceful as coming in the octave. But when we come to singing about spirituality, inspiring, faith, childhood, we are saying it is the sestet. So when we come to a simple moment of walking by the ocean with a child, we get to realize that the child is being made aware of that. When you look at the mighty being, which is the sea, it means that God is connected to you when you look at the sea, because nature and God are made as one in this poem. So when we're coming in and say it is a beauteous evening, calm and free, it's a beautiful, gently quiet time of day, and the time of day is in the evening. And I believe it's a peaceful mood that opens that poem. It's when they say calm and free, it implies that it is free of stress, it's free of worries, it's free of pain, and the atmosphere is deduced as peaceful and tranquil. Now, when we say the holy time is quiet as a nun, we have a religious element in the poem. It is so quiet, and it's almost as if the world listens. The world itself is holding its breath out of just pure respect and reverence to nature's beauty. So time is given the ability to be quiet in that personification, and the holy time, which is the evening. And I believe that becomes a metaphor. It's compared to a nun that is praying. She is close to God, and therefore nature now means it brings a person closer to God. Breathless in with adoration, the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquility, and was saying there's a link that Wordsworth creates there, and he links the beauty of nature to God. Breathless, the awe and beauty of this place takes away any breath. When we say breathless, it also emphasizes the silence due to the tranquility. The broad sun, he calls it. As it sets, it seems to become a large orange ball. We know how sunset looks like. That's beautiful imagery. And the colors of sunset stretch out across the horizon. So when we say the broad sun is sinking down in its tranquility, it gives the impression that the sun is heavy and slowly disappearing peacefully into its sleep, which is the horizon. The gentleness of heaven broods over the sea. The sea reflects the skies, and the skies today mean heaven. Heaven is a connotation of God. In figurative meaning, that line implies that God is watching over the world. Heaven is personified and given the ability to be gently there. And this personification, it actually emphasizes the peaceful atmosphere. When we say broods, that's a diction word, I believe. And we say it is to contemplate deeply or to think deeply. Heaven seems to watch over the seas below, and therefore, as a result, that's why it broods over the sea and deeply thinks over and oversees the sea. Listen, the mighty being is awake, and doth with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder everlasting. We have what do we call this? An exclamation mark, sorry. We have an exclamation mark after listen. It's a command, and it changes the tone to be commanding there. It's an instruction, so it means it's an imperative command. It intensifies the command that is being given. That's a function of the exclamation mark. And therefore, what does it do? Wordsworth, who's the poet, wants his companion, who's the girl child, to be an active participant in this beautiful scene that he's looking at and showing to the child. The mighty being has two meanings there. Literally, we are talking of the sea. But now when we are figuratively coming into interpretation, it is God. But now we have the capital letter of B, which is mighty being, and being is a capital letter B, and it links the sea to God, which is who is the almighty being in that line. God is awake, and he does with his eternal motion. God and the sea will be there forever. They are intertwined. And as a result, it says they will make a sound like thunder. And when we say a sound like thunder, we have a simile there. The sound of the breaking waves sounds like a thunder. And as a result, we are coming in and saying that shows the power of nature and the power of God at the same time. The sound of the waves makes the speaker think that the mighty being is awake, God is awake. But we have a dash in that line again that is coming after thunder and leading us to everlastingly. And we're saying that dash, what does it do? The dash, when we're coming in, it will give us a continuation of coming into everlastingly there. So when we are coming into that line and we're talking about the dash, it creates a pause. It has a function. Just as we do in paper one, all punctuation marks have a function. The dash creates a pause and emphasizes the word which is to follow, and the word is everlastingly. So it gives an impact to that word to show us the eternity of God and his power, which is also reflected through the sound of the sea and the waves. Now, when we're coming into dear child, line 9 is the Volta, as I spoke about it just shortly before. So now we shift the content from looking at God and the mighty creation that he is reflecting himself in, which is nature, and now we shift to the child. The Volta shifts the content and starts with dear child, dear girl. When we are saying child, the probability, as we say it from the historical background, is that it's probably his daughter. But now we look at the exclamation. We have the exclamation there, which shows his excitement. Dear child, dear girl. I believe the repetition of the dear is an emphasis of the endearment of his feelings towards the child. So as a result, that shows an endearment, an expression of endearment. And as a result, that's where we come in and see and understand his excitement. He says that walkest with me here on that seaside walk. If thou appear untouched by solemn thought, thy nature is not therefore less divine. She seems oblivious and unaware to the beauty around her because she's so young and so innocent, remember? He tells his daughter that although she does not seem to have been affected by the sin at all, it makes no difference what is true. And as a result, if she is not touched by the beauty of the sin as he is as an adult, it doesn't mean that she is removed from God or is less spiritual and is not covered or protected by God. Instead, he says in line 12, thou liest in Abraham's bosom all the year. That's a metaphor. Abraham's bosom is a metaphor because it refers to heaven. Like a father holds a baby to protect it, so is the girl unknowingly protected by God. I believe we all know Abraham was the God of the father of all nations in the Bible, and as a result, he was the protector of the Israelites. Now, when we're coming in, we say she is unknowingly protected by God all the year, he says. When we say all the year, which means it's at all times, God is always present, even if the child is not aware of it. And worshippers at these temples in a shrine, he says. Now, when we're saying and worshippers at the temples in a shrine, we are saying nature, even if she may be not spending time in a church, which is the holy shrine, God is always present in nature and in a being. So there is no need to physically go either to a church or a temple and say, for me to know God and connect to God, I must be there. But no, It says, nature becomes the inner shrine. And if you look at nature, you must understand that that's where God is also. And it means God is present everywhere. In nature, in her being as well, God is there. Finally, the last line said, God being with thee when we know it not. God is with you even if you're not aware of it, it says. And as a result, that is an emphasis, finality of God's presence. A beautiful sonnet, and as a result, it is fitting that we'll have a sonnet, because if it's not the Shakespearean sonnet, definitely it must be a Petrarchan sonnet in the exam, and that's what we get from this poem. Right, we are going to discuss the questions and see exactly what our expectations were. And now we are going to look at 2.1. 2.1 says, what does the word tranquility line 4 suggest about the setting? Right. When we are coming to tranquility, as we say, if you were listening closely as we're discussing the poem, a lot of things come out as we are talking about the poem, which is why it's very important that we do not miss steps when we are learning the poems, and we get each and everything right, and will be able to not struggle in the exams. I really believe fully, 100%, that all questions are a repetition of what we've done throughout the year. There is nothing new. The only thing you must be clever about as a grade 12 child is to understand that the phrasing and the wording is what changes. I don't even know how many booklets we have. In my classroom, we have 2 booklets that we are using. And then we have the exam questions, which is the past exam papers. When we are looking at the questioning in all of them, they always pop up the same, but phrased differently. And it's very important that we get to not confuse ourselves and know that we have got this. I know this poem, and I know if they ask on this line, I know what to say and I know how to answer. And that is the confidence that we are lacking in most of our learners, because they just fear the word poetry and everything goes wrong. It is a beautiful session. I'm not talking about the issue that I'm an English teacher, but I believe if you work hard in understanding your poetry, you will not struggle with these questions that even we're just starting now. What does the word tranquility line 4 suggest about the setting? I believe I've been saying this, so we're not going to even waste any time. Peaceful is what we are talking about. We are talking about calm. We are talking about serene. Beautiful diction words always pop up for us. And what does it do? That's your 1 mark. It is the implication of the word, because it's a diction question. If they've taken a word from the line of a poem and you have to now discuss it, you must know immediately this is a diction question. And if it's a diction question, we know the drill. Implication and effectiveness must be given. So it was 2 marks, and our second mark was the comment of the effectiveness. And what does it do? It emphasizes or declares, it depends with what you are phrasing it as, the quietness and stillness of the evening. The quietness or the stillness of the evening. Right. I'm going to save the blank spaces at the end, because we have so many essays coming up in our section B and C. So as a result, that's why I will not really waste it much. 2.2. Account for the speaker's reference to a noun in the context of the poem. One of the things that we talk about, I did say it's a simile. When we said the holy time is quiet as a nun. So in the context of the poem, what is it? It is a simile. What does it do? He refers to the holy time as and compares it to a nun. So as a result, compares the quietness of the evening, to a nun. And what does that do? It shows the peaceful and sacred nature of the evening. Right. So when we are coming in today and talking about the holy time, we are definitely going to be clear that we are bringing in the element of quietness. It's very quiet. And if it's very quiet, it's almost as if it's prayer time. And one of the things is devoutness, meditation is the words that are coming out when you're commenting. And that's how we are going to deal with this. It was 2 marks, we move. We go to 2.3, refer to line 6 to 8. I believe one of the things, I'm one of the people who were disappointed. I don't know about the learners. I'm one of the things that were disappointed because when we were coming in from the trend of the papers and the structure of the questioning and the techniques that we've been told to study, there are 2 types of questions that we expected without fail. The first one is the separation of the figure of speech as 2.3 thus, 2.31 and 2.32. But the disappointment in me was that they did not talk about the final lines reflecting the final message. The first thing I looked at was when I looked at the context questions, I was expecting it at least in one of the poems. But to my surprise, they were not there. And as a result, I feel that they cheated the learners a bit of saying, this is how you groom yourselves for the exam, and then not even one poem brought it, but we'll be grateful because we do have the other type of question, which is identifying the figure of speech and getting your 1 mark, and then discussing the effectiveness as another 2 marks on a separate question so that you can gain marks somehow. We are coming to lines 6 to 8, and we are saying the mighty being is awake. We talked about this now, and it is personification when we were dissecting the question. And as a result, discuss the effectiveness of the imagery. One of the things I believe, one of what I did, one of the things I did when we were talking about this is to be very clear about this line, that what does it do? It definitely is a line that gives us the presence of God. We are talking about the presence of God, and we are saying being a scene in the sea. God and the sea will be there forever. And as a result, when we talking about the mighty being is awake, that's a personification. I'm seeing another figure of speech, and I believe it is a simile as well. So there were 2 there. I believe it could have been the personification, which is in line 6, which is the mighty being is awake, or it could be with his eternal motion make a sound like thunder, which is in line 8. So there are 2 figures of speech there. Let's start with the personification and deal with it before we go to the simile. Right. One of the things we're going to talk about when it comes to the personification is that the capital letter B links the sea to God, who is the Almighty Being. Believe it will be the capital letter B for me, whereby links the sea to God. And also, one of the things that it does is to and highlights his importance. But when we come into the simile, I believe one of the things is that The sound of the breaking waves are compared to thunder. The sound of the breaking waves are compared to thunder. And what becomes the effectiveness is that when they are compared to thunder, it shows the power and nature of God. Shows the power and nature of a God. Right. It was 2 marks, so it was a discussion of the effectiveness. If we realize and make an analysis of the questioning, I really don't see the difference in if you are able to do this in contextual, what would make you fail to do it in the essay question? Because remember, in the essay question, the only thing you deal with is to give the imagery, the figures of speech, comment, and then you do it 3 times and then you move. That is us proving to you as learners that you are capable of writing any type of question, and therefore stop doubting yourselves, because if you know how to do it here, you can be able to do it also in the essay. By referring to 2 examples of diction in the sestet, critically discuss the realization to which the speaker comes. All right, we are in the sestet. I believe one of the things will be, okay, what do we take there? All right, let's talk. I think I'm looking at 2 examples of diction. Liest in Abraham's bosom. I'm going to take one. I believe I'm also going to take worshipest. That's number 2. So I'm just making an example of words that I can be using. In a shrine is something that I'm also realizing can be relevant. So I'm not just going to give one answer. I'm going to discuss 3 options and we see how we take that. Okay. I'm going to start with Abraham's bosom, and I'm going to say the child is unknowingly protected by God. So I believe the realization is that despite the child's innocence in unknowing nature, she is protected by God at all times. By God at all times. I'm also going to take the word worshipest here, and I'm going to say sense of reverence implies reverence and devotion to God or nature, since they are made one today. To bring the child to realize that or realize, sorry, the divine presence of God in nature. Right, there we go. Inner shrine is what I'm going to talk about. Right. I believe inner shrine for me is that realization is God is intrinsically present in nature and in her being, even if she does not spend time in a church. And therefore, that brings us to the 10 marks of our Italian sonnet. And we move on. We go to Poem of Return. Okay. It was an unexpected surprise for me. And as a result, a beautiful one, though, because the questions might have been tricky, but the poem itself is well known because it is the only, what is this one? Poem that does not deal with, it's one of the poems that does not deal with apartheid. And it's something that we've been highlighting all along for people to understand that Leopard said thus and go, which is prayer to the mass, and poem of return are not South African poems, and learners must be able to separate that. We have nothing to do with apartheid here. We have everything to do with colonization and exile. This is an Angolan setup. Geoffrey Rocha was Angolan, and as a result, he went to exile. I believe it was Lisbon. That's where he was in exile. And he was a valuable member because he served some ministerial positions in his country, and he was an activist. He fought for liberation of Angola from the Portuguese rule during the Angolan War of Independence. And that's where now his background gives us an insight of the type of situation that Angola was facing. When I return from the land of exile and silence, do not bring me flowers. Bring me rather all the Jews, tears of stones which witness dramas. Bring me the immense hunger for love and the plaint of timid sexes in star-studded night. Bring me the long night of sleeplessness with mothers mourning, their arms bereft of sons. When I return from the land of exile and silence, no, do not bring me flowers. Bring me only just this, the last wish of heroes fallen at daybreak, with a wingless stone in hand and a thread of anger snaking from their eyes. Okay. This was a disturbing poem at the beginning of the year because when you groom learners to say any poem that is 14 lines, it's either it's a Shakespearean sonnet or it's an Italian sonnet. And then now when we came into teaching and say, it's not a sonnet, they said, no, but you've been saying 14 lines, it's either this or that. But we had to now make it clear that we do not call it a sonnet, despite it having a 14 lines, because it does not align or conform to the sonnet rules. So we cannot place it as a Shakespearean sonnet, obviously. We cannot place it as an Italian sonnet because it does not follow the rules of an Italian sonnet. And as a result, it's just a 14-line poem. And that's what we're going to name it as. It does not have a rhyme scheme. It is a free verse poem, which is another reason why it cannot be called a sonnet. So as a result, it is a contemporary poem And that's why now it becomes a free verse there. We have a very sad tone. We have a tone of guilt. We have a tone of loss, of regret, and finally of anger at the end of the poem, which is an expression of his feelings of longing, of loss, of lost opportunities, of how he feels about colonization and how he feels about being in exile, and finally of mourning and anger towards what has transpired. He thinks deeply and focuses on his upcoming return to his home country, which is his return. Usually, the normal way of doing things or the normal court is that when a person comes back from exile and is returning to his country, he is given a very lavish welcome back. When we say lavish, we mean that they are waited on with a bouquet of flowers, beautiful big flowers, as a way of welcome them back. And when they welcome them back, it means they are appreciating their efforts of being in struggle and being outside of the country and finally returning home alive. But unfortunately, his return to his home has nothing to do with celebration, according to him. He is writing from a perspective of someone in exile because he says, when I return. When he says, when I return, it's very clear that he is going to return one day. He has not returned, but the word when symbolizes that someday it will happen. And now, when we say we are looking at him expressing hopes that he will return, he describes his exile country or host country or as a land of exile and silence. One of the things that he is showing us is that he misses certain things, or he missed certain things while he was away for a long time. And therefore, that's where he expresses his guilt. Escaping whilst his fellow citizens suffered and others died. He makes it very clear in this poem, bluntly, in a commanding way, that he is not a hero and he should not be treated as one on his return. The real heroes, he says, are the ones who fought against oppression. The poet writes about lost opportunities, mourning, and sadness because he never experienced them. And therefore, that's what he wishes to be given to experience. He wants to feel what those in mourning felt. He wants to feel what those who were sad felt. He wants to feel what nature experienced when many of Angolans were butchered and killed during the colonial era, and he was not there and away in exile. So as a result, when we are coming into this poem, we are saying, when I return, this is an emphasis that he is away because he had to flee his home country. But now he feels very guilty when he says, when I return, because he was not in his country while other people stayed behind to fight the colonial system. Now he calls it a land of exile and silence. This suggests that being away from his home country for him was an isolating experience. Oh my gosh, we're from Solitude. He was in solitude all along when he was in exile. Why? He lacked communication. All communications were cut off from him. He could not communicate with those back home in fears of putting them in danger and at risk. And perhaps he could not even speak the new country's language that he was in. So he is not happy, and he was not happy there in his land of exile and silence. Language barrier, lack of communication from home is what he experienced. I believe this was the 2023 paper where it talked about these things of land and exile and silence as a question. And now when we're also coming in, it says, do not bring me flowers. That's line 2. When he says, do not bring me flowers, that's an imperative command. That's an imperative verb because it's do not. This is commanding and assertive, and it sets that type of tone there. It's a commanding and assertive tone because he does not see himself as a hero, and therefore he does not deserve the flowers or any sort of praise and celebration party that could happen on his return. He is feeling a sense of guilt for fleeing his country, and therefore that's why he will command that can there be no celebration that is planned and given to him on the day he returns. He says instead, bring me. That's another imperative command. Now we're starting off with, that's where the anaphora starts. Because what he says is, bring me rather all the Jews. Jews, as we know them literally, this is moisture of what we call is, it's moisture of that's on the ground after in the morning before sunset, but after the sun comes out, unfortunately it evaporates and disappears. So as a result, when we're coming in, it could be a pun for the word Jews, which is this one. So as a result, we had so many discussions on this to say all the Jews could either refer to the Angolan people's tears, which is he could not see, and as a result, they cried until the tears dried out, just as the morning dew dries from the sun. Or it could be referring to the Jews, what the Angolan people deserved or owed. So as a result, we've mentioned it that it has two meanings there, and it's also a pun in this instance. And that's why now we are saying, bring me instead tears of dawn which witness dramas. We have personification there because nature was upset and is the witness to the suffering of the people. Each new day that started in Angola started with tears. And when we talk of the dramas, we're talking of the war, we are talking of the loss of lives, we are talking of the massacres that happened, and that's what it could be referring to. And what ordinary people faced on a day-to-day basis in the warfare. We also have, which is the violence, I believe we're right when we say it is the extreme violence, and which led to massacres and all those things that happened during that time. When we're coming into line, what is this one? 4 again, we have, I believe, alliteration of the line 3 and 4. We have alliteration of the D sound. Jews and tears of dawn there. When we're talking of the alliteration, it's an emphasis of the fact that nature too was horrified, and we have dramas as well. So as a result, this is an emphasis of the horror that nature experienced due to the oppression and the deaths of her people, which is the Angolan soil. We have also in line 5 where he says, bring me the immense hunger for love. When he says, bring me the immense hunger for love, he means that he yearns for human connection. That's a tone of longing and yearning. He longs for human connection because he's far away from his own family, from his own mankind, and as a result, he's all alone. Rather than flowers, he says, give me the human connection that I have missed, which is love from my family, love from my friends, and that is what he is demanding when he commands, bring me. When he says line 6 as well, it's still on the same note of the longing, which is a swelling and a crying for a desire to be amongst his family and friends, the intimacy of being close to either your spouse, your sibling, and to the family. And as a result, intimacy is what he has missed out on. When we come into saying, bring me the long light of sleeplessness, that's an anaphora again, because we keep saying, bring me, and it's no longer repetition. It's now what we call anaphora, which has been dominating our African poems. I'm having at the back of my mind, the young child was shot at in Nyanga. That's where it started off. That's the first time we dealt with that figure of speech. And it says, when he says, bring me the long night of sleeplessness, he means that he wants and longs for the pain and anguish that has continued for an extended period of time. People are worried about the safety of their loved ones during this time, and there's so much unrest, they cannot sleep. And as a result, because of the anxiety and the stress and the pain. So as a result, this is sleeplessness with mothers mourning their arms bereft of sons. Mothers are grieving for their sons at war, who are either at war, in prison, or in exile, or nowhere to be found, are missing. And as such, they've been deprived. Bereft means deprived of their sons. They've been deprived, they've been robbed of their sons due to the war and political unrest in Angola. Rather than flowers, he says, when I return from the land of exile and silence, no, do not bring me flowers. Rather than giving me flowers upon my return, please connect me to understand the pain and understand those who have suffered because of the conflict. I wish and want to experience their pain. I do not want any celebration because there's nothing to be happy about. So as a result, he emphasizes again that he's not a hero. There was no pleasantness in my land of exile and silence. There is nothing there that I'm happy about. So instead, no, do not celebrate. He continues when he says, do not celebrate. And I believe when we say no, do not celebrate, we've called it a double negative. When we talk about in poetry saying it's a double negative, in paper one language structures, we call it redundancy. So as a result, it means that it's an emphasis of how the poet does not feel any need for celebration or being titled a hero. He does not feel he deserves this, and therefore he should not be called a hero. So now when we're coming into this line, there is nothing to be celebrated when I return to Angola because he's guilty that he escaped the war and political unrest while his king's men and his country folk were in suffering. Now, when we continue to the final 11 to 14 lines, it says, bring me only just this. That's another command. He's very adamant. He's very forceful. He's very demanding, and those are the tones that are coming out. Only just this. We have redundancy again here. That's redundancy again when he says, emphasis of wanting only one thing. Only just this. There's only one thing that he wants, and he doesn't want anything else. This. What does he want? The last wish of heroes fallen at daybreak. He is most probably, what is this one? When we say he's most probably in the last lines talking about an Angola that is now independent. It has gained its independence and it's now a free country. Why? He says the last heroes of fallen at day, wish of heroes fallen at daybreak, with a wingless stone in hand and a thread of anger snaking from their eyes. So as a result, they only wish to see Angola free. Those who died fighting for a better future are what you call the heroes that fell, and daybreak now figuratively means a new dawn, and a new dawn is usually independence. That's how we figure this out. And now what does it say? Those who died fighting for a better future, and now those who fought and died for change will not even be here to experience the change. They will not experience the change. Why? Because what happened is that there's a paradox in line 13 where he says, with a wingless stone in hand. The paradox is that they fought, they carried a stone in hand and threw it, but unfortunately, it did not reach its target. If it did not reach its target, it means that they started the fight, but they could not see if their means were effective and successful. That's why we call it now wingless stone. It becomes a wingless stone in the sense that they could not see the end result of their fight, and that's why we call it a paradox. Now, when we're saying the weapons, they carried the weapon going to war, but unfortunately it became wingless because they never saw the fight through to the end. And now in line 14, he says, and a thread of anger snaking from their eyes. Snaking is given connotations of dangerous. And when we say snaking from the eyes, we are saying it's only a reflection of the anger that they truly feel, which was a demand for justice and freedom. And that's where the danger lay, because in their demand, they were very persistent that they wanted freedom and to end the suffering in Angola. And that is the poem that we are dealing with today. So now when we're coming into this poem, it's very clear that when you dissect a poem and you know it very well, you'll not take any time to go through the questions because you know it inside out. Let's see what we are supposed to be answering and saying, because one of the things that happen is that when we're answering context questions, it is always going to be a repetition of what we have dealt with in the classroom. I believe one of the things that has happened is there are two questions that were familiar there. I believe it's 3.2. We've seen this before. I think we've seen 3.3. And the tone has not come as the change, but it has been discussion of the tone. And that's why it will be simpler, because we have also dealt with such questions. Let's go and see what we are dealing with in question 3. What does the title of the poem suggest about the speaker's feelings? Give 2 reasons. New type of questioning is coming in this year. 2025 is showing us that there is no end to possibilities of questioning technique, I believe. So we should be open to everything and anything. One of the things that we are going to talk about is the issue of suggest about guilt, poem of return, anticipation, returning home, and I believe of what he will find as the state of affairs and the people of Angola, and his people, not the people, his people. So I believe that's something that's very clear for me when it's not the only ones. As I'm talking right now, I believe one of the things is the title also will give us feelings of yearning and longing to be back home. So they can also come in valuable there. So I believe that's coming in. We have 4 answers that can be used. We just needed to account for the repetition of the phrase bring me throughout the poem. It is anaphora, as we have said, so you have to name it. It becomes anaphora. It's not a repetition anymore. It is definitely anaphora because the statement has been repeated so many times, and therefore it means it's an emphasis because it's repetition. It will be an emphasis on the speaker's intense desire The speaker's intense desire for experiencing the pain, the trauma, emotional connection, and understanding of what happened when he was in exile. When he was in exile, right. We go on to 3.3. We've been getting the same type of questioning for question 3. If you remember, 2.3 was the same way. Identify the figure of speech in this line, which says, and a thread of anger snaking from their eyes. One of the things, it's a metaphor. Definitely, it's a metaphor. And when we're talking about the metaphor, it shows up the intensity of the anger. That's our 3.32. Intensity of the anger. Creates an imagery of something uncoiling that's snaking, I believe. Which could be dangerous. We just talked about this minutes ago as well, which could be dangerous, and that therefore that's where we talk about their anger. Critically discuss the changing tone throughout the poem. Yes, we do have a shift of tones. I agree with that one. One of the things that we're going to talk about, it's when we begin, we definitely had a tone of longing to experience what he missed while in exile. But we also have a change of tone where we are also talking about the sad, mournful tone of death and loss, of mothers grieving. But we're also going to talk about the tone of anger also at the end of the poem, where we are saying the tone of anger is reflected in the fight and the journey of the heroes who fought for apartheid, who fought for colonization, who fought, see, I'm also in apartheid now, who fought against colonization. So as a result, that's what we are getting is the tones as well, because we are definitely showing pent up anger, anger that is building up, or emotion that is building up because of the rawness of the pain. And that's the snaking part. So I think that will be very useful for us today. We are going to question 4, which is our 4th poem, and it is This Winter Coming. Current press is who we are dealing with today. Right. When we're coming to current press, one of the things that we're going to discuss is the issue of Walking in the thick rain of this winter we have only just entered, who is not frightened? The sea is sullen, churning in broken waves around the rocks. The sand is sinking away. The seagulls will not land under the sky. This shroud falling, who is not frightened? In every part of the city, said women climbing onto buses, dogs barking in the street, and the children in every doorway crying, the world is so hungry. Madam's house is clean, and the women return with slow steps. The children, the streets, the sky tolling like a black bell. These women are tired of sadness. They will drown the world, it says. Who is not frightened? On every corner, men standing. Um, It says, old stumps in the rain, tombstones engraved with open eyes, watching the bright cars full of sated faces, past them, past them, past them. Who is not frightened? Into the rain, the children are running. Thin as the barest twigs, they kindly fire. And it says, to fight the winter, their bare bodies, a raging fire of dead children, and the sky collapsing under centuries of rain, the wind like a mountain crying, who is not frightened of this winter upon us, coming upon us now? Right, we are coming in today to talk about Karen Press, and one of the things that we must remember from her background that I believe we discussed at the beginning of the year was that Karen Press was born in Cape Town, 1950 something, 56, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, 1956, I think. She grew up in the midst of apartheid, and she worked mainly as an English and mathematics teacher. But one of the things is that she is writing this poem, which was published in 1986. And in the history of the South African era, 1986 was a significant year. Why? In the history of South Africa, this was where the political system and the leaders imposed a national state of emergency. The national state of emergency was designed and put purposefully to stop the 10th anniversary celebrations of the Soweto uprisings. It was the anniversary. It was a commemoration of the 1976 Soweto uprisings, the massacres that happened, remember, 10 years later, which is in 1986, now the Black community says we are going to have a commemoration of the massacres that happened, and therefore we're going to have a 10th anniversary. But unfortunately, a state of emergency immediately was paused. The state of emergency had two functions. The first function was to stop the celebrations, and the second function was to avoid the spirit of uprising in the people, just as it happened in 1976. And I believe for their fear, the apartheid system did not want the uprising of the Black people again. And as a result, they imposed that. What happened during the state of emergency is what is important towards this poem today. State police arrested people without any charge. As a result, this created unrest and widespread violence in the country. So the poem, as we are coming in today, seems to be about people's fear of the impending or the upcoming winter, which becomes an extended metaphor in the sense that it is the coming violence in the country. So this winter coming, I believe, is an extended metaphor that symbolizes and stands for the widespread violence, the hard times, more poverty that will come on the people of South Africa due to the stubbornness of the black child saying we will continue with the state of emergency and we will face with whatever comes. The whatever is the winter. And when we are dissecting whatever came, it was the violence, it was more arrests, it was more unrest, it was deaths, it was poverty, and things became worse. So now, when we're coming in today to this poem, it's a free verse poem, and I'm sure we understood from the learning processes that it stated the urgency. That's why it became a free verse poem, because it stated the emergency and the urgency of the situation that is upon them. But now, when we look at the structure of the poem as well, stanza 1 deals with the introduction of the storm. Walking in the thick rain of this winter we've only just entered, who is not frightened? We have the storm that is being introduced, and in stanza 2, we have the approaching storm that is upon them and the consequences. On stanza 3, we have the vulnerable in society, who are the women leaving their homes to go and work, and the dire circumstances in the townships. Stanza 4 describes the men hoping for work and the dire situation that they are facing because they have been labeled emotionally dead due to the economy and the poverty that is spreading, and therefore it means that it's taking away their dignity. Stanza 5 is where we have the positive part of the poem, where it talks about hope lying with the children. The most vulnerable, but becomes the symbol of hope and for the future of South Africa. And therefore, the baton is passed on to the little ones and they become the hope for the future. We have a very angry tone. We have a tone of rebellion. We have also a tone of fear, but we also have a very defiant tone in this poem. Why? The effects of apartheid are very clear. The suffering and oppression is very much evident. We have death and destruction that is upcoming on them. But at the same time, we also have the desire for change, which is symbolized by the resistance and the hope that is brought on them through the symbolism of the children. So when we're coming in and we're saying the title of the poem, as I said, it is an extended metaphor because of the political situation that was coming upon them is now compared as a storm, winter, I believe. So as a result, we are now coming into the poem itself. One of the things that is very important about this poem is we also have anaphora in it, which is repetition. So now when we say this winter coming in the title, we are saying this is, what is this one? Something is going to happen very soon. So when we say winter, as we said, the metaphor stands for the impending state of emergency that is upon the people of South Africa due to their resistance to continue with the commemorations of the 10th anniversary. And as such, it's a time of hardship, it's a time of death, and it's going to happen soon because of the verb tense, which is in the continuous form coming. So as a result, it is going to happen soon, and that's where now the title specifies to us, and the title being an extended metaphor. Rain, thick rain starts off the poem, and it's an indicator of the harsh times ahead because of the state of emergency. There is an atmosphere of oppression, and it brings a foreboding tone. And I believe one of the things is that it's foreshadowing as well when we're coming into it being called thick rain. And now when we come in, it says, of this winter we have only just entered. When we say of this winter we have only just entered, we are talking about the issue that we are saying metaphorically, they have just started the state of emergency. The hard times are just beginning, and it means the worst is still to come. We have a rhetorical question in line 3 that says, who is not frightened? The fear is universal when we start the poem. Everybody should be afraid, as there will be violence. There will be arrests in response to oppression and to the stubbornness to continue the state of emergency. Also, when we are in line 4, which says the sea is sullen and churning in broken waves, there is a shift in stanza 2 that now deals with land and sea. No place is safe. Either on land, either on the sea, no place is safe. The stanza brings an atmosphere of destructiveness, aggression, because it says the looming violence in South Africa is the figurative meaning of that stanza, is compared to a destructive ocean. Churning, continuous movement, which suggests that once the resistance begins, it will continue. Sullen and broken waves, the rough sea suggests a violent South Africa. The storm is metaphorically all those who will fight against the apartheid system. So as a result, we are saying that there is no safety either on the sea or on the land. And as such, it means everyone must be frightened. There is the rough waters are getting closer even to the sea. South Africa is losing its stability with this impending arrest that is coming up. And I believe the seagulls are saying that they will not land, because even nature, the birds, can sense the impending danger and violence. And therefore, that really adds to the ominous mood of the poem. Now, when we say under the sky, this shroud falling, shroud is a cloth that is used to cover dead bodies, and that also creates an ominous tone in the sense that the present conditions in South Africa are saying that if the sky is compared to a cloth that covers dead bodies, it means the resistance that is soon going to follow is going to cause many deaths in South Africa. It's going to be fatal, as they say, and therefore it means there will be a lot of deaths. We have the anaphora brought in again, who is not frightened, which is being repeated, and it's an emphasis of the fear caused by the impending violence and heightens the tension in the poem. In every part of the city, that's stanza 3, we are saying in stanza 3, he moves from nature to the social structures of the people. And when he moves to the social structures, he describes the domestic workers traveling to the white suburbs to clean their homes, work for a living. These women are sad. They leave their homes with dogs barking in the streets, unsheltered from the storm, and their children crying in the doorways of their homes. And as a result, when we say the world is so hungry, that is a hyperbole. Why? Because it means it's widespread. Suffering is widespread. They are suffering from poverty. They do not have enough food. And as a result, they also suffer because they are deprived of their rights as well. That is the figurative meaning of that. The inequality that is created by the apartheid system is brought in. Madam's house is clean, but the world is so hungry. And now we see the discrepancy of the apartheid system. This is a term, madam is a term of superiority that is used to address white women during the apartheid era. So as a result, when we talk about the contrast, the workers' children are crying and are hungry, but madam's clean is spotlessly clean. And as a result, these women are suggested as exhausted and defeated. That's why they return with slow steps in line 13. To the children, the street, the sky tolling like a black bell, that's line 14. It says, this is a simile because the sky is compared to a black bell there. It's not only dark in color, no, but it is ringing like a bell that is rung at funerals and they announce death in such situations. So as a result, a foreboding tone is created to say there will be deaths happening. The sky is dark because of the storm that is heavily upon them. So as a result, we are saying in line 15, these women are a tide of sadness, and that's a metaphor. The extent of their sadness is so great that it can be compared to a sea. But now when we continue to line 16, the metaphor is carried over because it says there is tide of sadness and they will drown the world. As such, sullen and dangerous is the implication that is given. The danger does not come from their anger, but it comes from their sadness. Who is not frightened? The anaphora returns again. This is a further emphasis that all South Africans should feel very apprehensive and should be afraid. In stanza 4, we are now moving to the males who are the pillar of the society. And the pillar of the society have been reduced and dehumanized and degraded because the social divide is strengthened in this stanza. The men are unemployed and are standing at street corners waiting for someone to offer them some work for the day. It's so painful because we still see them nowadays in the streets because they are waiting for a car to pass by that will say, I need part-time people to go do this in my home and everything. Unfortunately, we have a metaphor, a double metaphor in line 19, where they are said to be in old stumps in the rain and tombstones. The double metaphor compares men to old stumps of trees and to tombstones. And what are we saying is that the power has been cut down by the apartheid system and they are more dead than alive. So which means they are powerless. So when we move on to the next line, it says engraved with open lines. When we say engraved with open lines, their only sign of life is their open eyes, but otherwise they're emotionally dead. And as such, that's what the apartheid system has done to them. We move on to watching the bright cars full of sated faces, past them, past them, past them. And that's the other contrast that we are brought in of the apartheid system. These men are waiting for work on the street, and therefore that's where the bright cars of the white people pass them, fully satisfied and happy. And the contrast is that privileged people are shattered and because the privileged are shattering the lives of those who are disadvantaged because they don't care about them. The world is hungry, but they are sated. They are fully satisfied and happy. And now when we come in, we have an emphasis, which is through the repetition, past them, past them, past them. It emphasizes that the cars never stop. The poor men who are reduced to graves and stumps are simply invisible to the privileged. This suggests a refusal by the white people and the apartheid system to confront the reality of social inequality. We have an anaphora in line 23 again, who is not frightened. And unfortunately, it's the last time we see it because it changes at the end. It's a reminder to the reader that something is coming up in society, dangerous. Into the rain, the children are crying with the final stanza. The focus is now on the little ones. The children enjoy the rain. That's why they run into the rain. But now when we are saying they run into the rain, they are called thin as bear's twigs. Now, when we're saying thin as bear's twigs, we are saying the hope lies with the youth as they run into the rain. They are not running away from the rain, but they are running into the rain, which means they are not afraid of the storm. The skinny children are compared to twigs, which emphasizes their poverty. They are making a fire because it is cold. That's the literal part that is given to us in layman's terms. But figuratively, the fire represents the fight that the youth are starting against the apartheid system. Their bodies, this refers to the children in poor conditions who might lack even warm clothing. And this is the innocence and vulnerability of such children in society. It says a raging fire of dead children. This is a reference to the children who died in violent uprisings, the Soweto uprising for one, and I believe one of the things which was the Sharperville massacre, the Soweto uprisings, and it says raging is the passion of those children. They sacrificed themselves and provided the fuel to stop this winter, which is the social chaos that they are facing and the oppression. But figuratively, it says the sky collapsing under centuries of rain because it means it's a new beginning. After so much time of oppression and suffering, it means it is now collapsing. Apartheid system is to come to an end. And one of the things that we're saying as the wind like a mountain crying, that's a simile. The children are compared and seen as the wind of change. They are going to change society. The mountain means that the children are unmovable and are pressing for change. So they are strong, they are standing together, and they will be immovable. The anaphora has an extra line to it added to it in line 30 to 31. Because winter is on the verge of arriving, it is frightening for everyone, but the purpose of this anaphora in line 31 is to conclude with a strong warning of what seems to lie ahead, and they are ready for it. That's our poem, This Winter Coming. It has a figurative meaning and it has caused trauma to a lot of learners because they cannot interpret the literal meaning, and as a result, they become frustrated. I call on you today, please do not be frustrated by the literal meaning of any poem. Instead, trust yourself and know that you are ready for anything that comes. Okay, we are coming in now to the questions, which is 4.1, and we're looking at the questions that we faced here. Okay. 4.1 says, refer to line 6 to 7. The seagulls will not land. It says, the seagulls will not land under the sky. This shroud falls. What does the word shroud reveal about the sky? Okay. All right. One of the things we are going to talk about when we talk about the seagulls is, when we've just interpreted the poem, it becomes so easy for us to answer the contextual questions because it's just a repetition of what we just mentioned now. The seagulls and the shrouds are the key to this answer today because it says, what does shroud reveal about the sky? And one of the things that we say is the shroud. Okay. We are saying the shroud is a cloth that is used to cover dead bodies. And therefore, now when we're coming in, the upcoming violence will bring more deaths or will result in deaths. All right. Account for the repetition of the phrase, who is not frightened, throughout the poem. We've been talking about this. Anything that is to do with repetition is an emphasis. Anaphora is the name. The statement is an anaphora that emphasizes the overwhelming sense of fear or anxiety that the state of emergency brings. In South Africa. All right. We go on to 4.31, I believe. Okay. 4.32, sorry, 4.3. Refer to lines 26 to 27. Identify the figure of speech used in line 27. They are bare bodies. A raging fire of dead children and the sky collapsing under centuries of rain. It's a metaphor. Definitely, it's a metaphor. When we're coming in, discuss the effectiveness, where we are saying that children are compared to a raging fire. Right. When you're saying dead children are compared to a raging fire, it means that passion to fight and the suffering and poverty experienced by the vulnerable in society, children. All right. Refer to line 9 to 16. In every part of the city, said women climbing onto buses, dogs barking in the street, and the children in every doorway crying. The world is so hungry. Madam's house is clean, and the women return with slow steps to the children. The street, the sky tolling like a black bell. These women are a tide of sadness. They will drown the world who is not frightened. This was a terrible question. I will be very honest. With close reference to two examples of diction, critically discuss the tone in these lines. This seems to be a new type of question that is coming in, and I'm really hating it. I do not want to lie. It's a terrible question. All right, let's look at the tone in these lines. I believe one of them is tide of sadness. That's one I will talk about. The world, I mentioned this, which is a synecdoche, which shows that everyone is hungry, or at least they are sated and happy. So as a result, that's something that we can bring in. The world is so hungry. So I believe one of the things is deprived of their rights, which shows a tone of anger, I believe. That's what we're going to bring. When we say tide of sadness, one of the things that we're talking about is we are definitely going to talk about a tone of anger as well to the condition of these women. And I believe one of the things is extent of women's sadness is so great. And I believe one of the things that I'm going to talk about is that, all right. So as a result, sad tone. And one of the things, sky tolling like a bell. I believe tolling will be the word I would use, whereby the ringing is happening and it will be a foreboding mood. I think that's the word I will take to show a foreboding mood or tone. So as a result, those are the things that can come in handy. Right, we are going to our unseen poetry. We are done with the 4 prescribed poems. Hopefully that was very much enlightening for you so that you can be able to learn how to dissect your poetry. Enjoy your poetry, guys. It is a beautiful session. As a result, let's go to question 5, which is the unseen poem. The Trees by Philip Larkin was the title. The trees are coming into leaf like something almost being said. The recent buds relax and spread. Their greenness is a kind of grief. Is it that they are born again and we grow old? No, they die too. They their yearly trick of looking new is written down in rings of grain. Yet still the unresting castles thresh, it says, in full grown thickness every May. Last year is dead, they seem to say. Begin afresh, afresh, afresh. May, it says, is the occurrence of spring in the northern hemisphere. And now we're going to go to the questions without wasting any time. Remember, the drill of unseen poetry is that we use what we have. We use the knowledge of the 12 poems that we have done in class, and we use that skill to answer our unseen poetry. What does the phrase relax and spread tell us about the buds? I believe they say the recent buds relax and spread, and I believe it says they are opening up. The buds are opening up and unfolding. Sense of release, which brings a sense of release. And expansion as buds turn into leaves. Right. Refer to line 5 to 6. Is it that they are born again and we grow old? Explain how this question conveys the speaker's attitude towards the trees. One of the things is a reflective. I think I'm seeing a reflective. I'm also seeing um, an attitude of curiosity, maybe, where we're talking about the cycle of trees against humans aging. So as a result, that's what can be brought in, because when he contrasts trees with humans, as humans, we will grow old, we will age, but trees, they yearly blossom and become new again. And I believe that's what we mean there. Refer to line 9 to 10. Yet still it says the unresting castles thresh in full grown thickness every May. Identify the figure of speech in line 9, it says. I saw it as a metaphor. I honestly saw it as a metaphor. And discuss the effectiveness of this image. Still the third question, same type of question from question 2 to 5. They really played with us. Honestly, sorry, Marcus, you're playing with us and those setting the exams, because you have the same type of questions for the 4 poems that came in. All right, let's talk about it. I believe one of the things, it's the powerful energy of the tree's growth, but also brings in the chaos. Energy of the tree's growth, but I'm also seeing the chaos that is being brought there. And so the energy plus the chaos, what does it bring? It brings intensity plus vitality of the trees renewal. Refer to lines 11 to 12. We have tone again. Oh my gosh. Right. Last year is dead. They seem to say begin afresh, afresh, afresh. I think finally it's acceptance. I'm seeing a tone of acceptance here, in the sense that it's a repetitive cycle. Oh, that's number 2. It's a repetitive cycle. And as cycle, it's a repetitive cycle, he says, and therefore renewal of trees every year. And I think finally he's saying we must also accept human condition of aging. And therefore, that's why I see it as acceptance, something out of our control, and has accepted it. He was reflective and contemplative before about it, but in the end, I feel finally he comes to an acceptance. We have come to the end of our section A, and we're finally going to our section B, which is the novel section. Okay. Our question for the picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde said, Dorian Gray is too morally weak to stop his nature from changing. With close reference to the novel, critically discuss the validity of the above statement. Your response should take the form of a well-constructed essay, 400 to 450 words, which is roughly 2 to 2.5 pages. Now, when we're coming into the essay questions, we are realizing that statement questions are coming up, and therefore it means you need to break down the question to ask yourself, is my question dealing with a theme? And what theme is it dealing with? Or is the question dealing with the character? And what are the character traits that are coming up that should be discussed? And what is the evidence from my novel that I need to use to substantiate my discussion? And therefore, that is what we call a critical discussion. And you also now have to specify whether your line of writing is agreeing or disagreeing with the statement. And thus, we are coming into the essay writing. It's very wise for us to remember that everything that has to come in has to be substantiated. You substantiate it, you are fair and fine. You leave it unsubstantiated, it means that it will not be convincing enough. We are looking at the validity of the above statement. And when we are coming to the validity of the above statement, we are going to go to our blank page. Okay. The blank page that I'm going to talk right on is I'm going to dissect the issue of moral weakness in Dorian Gray. Right. When we are talking about the moral weakness in Dorian Gray, I believe we have choice making that is making us say he is definitely morally weak, and I believe repeatedly is the key factor that we're going to talk about, so that he can, so as to prioritize his own pleasure, so as to prioritize his own pleasure over the lives of others. I'm also going to talk about refusal to take responsibility for his actions. Right. That is definitely what makes us say he is morally weak because of the following issues. Now, when we're going to make a discussion and we talk about what is relevant for us to talk about Dorian Gray today, I believe the first thing that will show us that he's morally weak is the cruel rejection of Sybil Vane. When I talk about the cruel rejection of Sybil Vane, one of the things is when he values her art over reality, when she performs poorly, on stage, is what proves to us that he is morally weak. The devastating rejection leads her to suicide. His devastating rejection of Sybil leads to her suicide. So that's the first thing I believe that will show us how we blame Dorian for being morally weak. And I believe I'm also going to move on immediately to lack of remorse for Sybil's death. When he discovers about Sybil's suicide from Lord Henry, he initially feels guilt. What he does, initially feels guilty because when he sees the change in the portrait, he decides that he will go back and make things right and marry her. But when Lord Henry arrives, Lord Henry's arrival removes his guilt, and as a result, what does he do? He chooses to be a spectator. I believe Lord Henry says he must stay away from the Inquisition, and as a result, it means he will be under the spotlight, and therefore he must treat her death as art. So Lord Henry's arrival and manipulation to treat Sybil's death as art shows his moral weakness. When he decides to follow the advice from Lord Henry, we realize he is detaching from his role in her death. Does not want to take accountability and suppresses his empathy and sympathy. Right. That's, I believe, what we are giving on Dorian based on the choices that he makes over and over again to deny accountability. Hiding the portrait for me stood out when he makes a choice to bring in the frame makers, and as a result, it's taken up to the schoolroom because he's afraid that someone in the house or the servants will see the line of cruelty on the side of his mouth, on the side of his mouth in the portrait. He decides he will not take any chances, and therefore he decides to hide the portrait, removes every evidence, and at the same time, physically removing the evidence is also removing the evidence of his conscience, and makes a decision to indulge further in hedonistic activities so as to see the extent of the change in the portrait. So those are the things that make us really blame him for what he becomes. One of the things is obsession with the portrait is something that shows us his weakness. When we say obsession with the portrait, we are talking about when he puts the key in his breast pocket and he goes to parties but comes back and checks the portrait in the attic room or the school room and will go back to the party. I believe one of the things, the obsession in the portrait gave him a thrill and an excitement that he can't control. And therefore, that's what makes him fail to do right, and that shows his moral weakness. The murder of Basil Hallward is something that we blame him for as proof of his moral weakness. Basil Hallward was a moral compass in Dorian's life. But when he confronts Dorian about the rumors surrounding his reputation in society and also asks to see the portrait, I believe what happens is the fear in Dorian, fear of being exposed, is what pushes him into a rage. When it pushes him into a rage, what does he do? He commits murder. I believe that is the ultimate act of moral decay in Dorian Gray when he murders Basil, his painter. He blackmails Alan Campbell as well. I believe that's something that shows us. Blackmails Alan Campbell. When he blackmails Alan Campbell into using chemicals to dispose of Basil's body, that shows complete lack of remorse. The complete act of remorse is seen by his attempt to have 2 letters, one sent with the doorman, the other one he keeps in his pocket, so that when Ellen comes and he might disagree to the task that he sets him, it means he will blackmail him further. And I believe one of the things is he shows no remorse for Basil or for Alan Campbell, and as a result, we blame him for this. We're also going to talk about his final acts in chapter 20. That's something we cannot leave out. Desperation. When he tries to perform a good deed, which is to not break the heart of Hetty Merton. So as a result, he feels relieved when he says he let her go. So when he does the final act of desperation, he expects to find the portrait improved, because he hopes this act of self-sacrifice that he has done is going to save his portrait. So he feels the act of self-sacrifice will change the portrait. That's his hope. But now when he arrives home, he finds the image has become even more grotesque. And as a result, it has a hypocritical smack. That's when he realizes his motive for the self-sacrifice was in vain. And it was a selfish desire in him. Therefore, it cannot count as true repentance. Thus, that pushes him further into his destruction of self-destruction. When we come to the act of self-destruction, he is unable to live with the portrait and its representation of his corrupt soul. So he is unwilling to confess his sins as well. He is unwilling to genuinely change and reform. But what does he do? He attempts to destroy the only thing that is the witness to his true nature, which is the portrait. So this desperate act is not for redemption. It was actually moral cowardice. That shows how morally weak he is, and ultimately it leads to his own death, as the portrait and his soul are linked through the bargain that he made, the Faustian bargain. Therefore, all these incidences that we are highlighting show how Dorian consistently, repeatedly chooses pleasure and appearance over morality, over responsibility, and as a result, it means his corrupt nature overpowers him. So as a result, that's why we say he is too morally weak to change his path, and there's no turning around for him. That is the essay of the picture of Dorian Gray that we've just dissected right now. We are going to go to the extracts, which is question 7. Read the extras below and answer the questions that follow. I hope this girl is good, Harry. I don't want to see Dorian tied to some vile creature who might degrade his nature and ruin his intellect. Oh, she is better than good. She is beautiful, murmured Lord Henry, sipping a glass of vermouth and orange bitters. Dorian says she is beautiful, and he is not often wrong about things of that kind. Your portrait of him has quickened his appreciation of the personal appearance of other people. It has had that excellent effect, amongst others. We are to see her tonight, if that boy doesn't forget his appointment. My dear Harry, my dear Basil, you must both congratulate me, said the lad, throwing off his evening cape with its satin-lined wings and shaking each of his friends by the hand in turn. I have never been so happy. Of course, it is sudden. All really delightful things are. And yet it seems to me to be the one thing I've been looking for all my life. He was flushed with excitement and pleasure and looked extraordinarily handsome. I hope you will always be very happy, Dorian, said Hallward, but I don't quite forgive you for not having let me know of your engagement. You let Harry know. This is from chapter 6 of The Picture of Dorian Gray, and as a result, we are coming in when they were going to the theater. When Basil and Harry, who is Lord Henry, will be seeing Sybil for the first time. As a result, Dorian has announced to Lord Henry that he is engaged and to be married, and as such, it means he is excited and thrilled about his engagement, and therefore cannot wait to show Sybil to both the males. Now let's go to the contextual questions and see what we have. Right. When we're coming into our contextual questions, it says refer to line 5 to 6. Your portrait of him has quickened his appreciation, of the personal appearance of other people. It has had that excellent effect, he says. Okay, amongst others. That's our line 5 to 6 there. Our question says, briefly describe how the portrait has come to be painted. We are talking about the portrait was painted by by Basil Hallward, my apologies. And Basil had painted a beautiful portrait of Dorian as he was his muse in studio for a while. So as a result, Basil, who has a beautiful eye for art, saw Dorian Gray at a party, and as a result, that's how they met, and he started calling him to the studio to become his muse, and that's where he painted the beautiful portrait of Dorian. 7.2 says, refer to line 3. Oh, she is better than good. She is beautiful. Explain how Sybil's beauty works against her. Now, when we're coming in, her beauty, when we say she is a beautiful actress, and her beauty is on stage for Dorian because she portrays the characters that she plays on stage beautifully. The characters she plays on stage. Now, when we're coming into how it works against her, is that she is not taken seriously by Dorian, and Dorian is angry at her when she decides that I'm not going to act as Juliet or Rosaline in love. Instead, I'm going to act as Sybil because I am in love. And unfortunately, she is disastrous on stage. She performs poorly. That's what Dorian says. She performs poorly on stage when she decides to reveal what love is according to how she feels, and that leads her to being rejected by Dorian Gray. So that leads to rejection by Dorian Gray. All right, when we're coming into 7.3, it says refer to line 8. What does, my dear Harry, say the let? What does the word let imply about Dorian Gray? I believe one of the things is very young. And if not only young, one of the things is naive and is still still needs guidance and mentorship as he grows into a man. So as a result, we go to 7.4, refer to line 1 to 2. I don't want to, he says, there's this one line, 1 to 2. I don't want to see Dorian tied to some vile creature who might degrade his nature and ruin his intellect. The question says, discuss the irony of Basil's words in the context of the novel. One of the things is Basil is Dorian's voice of reason. That's what we recommend him for in the book. And as a result, it means that he only knows the innocent Dorian. So when he only knows the innocent Dorian, the irony is that when Basil terms Sybil as vile, the irony is that Dorian becomes the vile one. Dorian becomes the vile character, and as a result, what does he do? His decision to become vile and morally weak is the one that leads to his downfall. So as a result, his intellect is not ruined by Sybil, but he ruins his own intellect himself. So as a result, his moral breakdown, his degradation of his character is what brings his intellectual ruin because of his obsession with hedonism and the portrait and the pursuit of his young looks leads to the decay of his moral character. And that it is not Sybil, but it is Dorian himself. Discuss what this extract reveals about Basil's character. We have a character question, and I believe one of the things is that overprotective of Dorian. Is one of the things that we are seeing. Concerned about Dorian. And one of the things that happens is that he shows affection to Dorian and wants what's best for him. That's when we're coming in and realizing the relationship, we see that he does show concern over Dorian and that he's not making a rash decision. In other words, I'm still back again. He's the voice of reason for Dorian. We go to extract B. This was the man Dorian Gray was waiting for. Every second he kept glancing at the clock. As the minutes went by, he became horribly agitated. At last, he got up and began to pace up and down the room, looking like a beautiful caged thing. He took long, stately strides. His hands were curiously cold. The suspense became unbearable. Time seemed to him to be crawling with feet of lead, while he, by monstrous winds, was being swept towards the jagged edge of some black cleft of precipice. He knew what was waiting for him there, saw it indeed, and shuddering, crushed with dank hands, his burning lids as though he would have robbed the very brain of sight and driven the eyeballs back into their cave. It was useless. The brain had its own food on which it battened, and the imagination made grotesque by terror, twisted and distorted as a living thing by pain. Danced like some foul puppet on a stand and grinned through moving mass. Then suddenly time stopped for him. Yes, that blind, slow breathing being crawled no more, and horrible thoughts, time being dead, raced nimbly on in front and dragged a hideous future from its grave and showed it to him. He stared at it. Its very horror made him stone. At last the door opened and his servant entered. He turned glazed eyes upon him. I had intended never to enter your house again, Gray, but you said it was a matter of life and death. His voice was hard and cold. He spoke with slow deliberation. There was a look of contempt in the steady, searching gaze that he turned on Dorian. This is from chapter 14. And when we're coming to chapter 14, this is the death of Basil himself. And now when we're coming in, we've been asked to place the extract in context. Right. Let's see. Right, when we're coming into placing this extract in context, we are going to talk about the death of Basil. Dorian has stabbed Basil several times. I believe we're starting from what we are starting from is the issue of Basil coming to confront Dorian with the rumors. That's what leads to this extract. Basil confronts Dorian before leaving for Paris. About the rumors. In society. Our second mark will be Dorian, out of fury, stabs Basil several times. Right, that's our extract in context. Right, when we are coming into saying what are the implications of the phrase, a beautiful cage thing in relation to Dorian, we are definitely going to be mentioning the issue of he is trapped in the portrait. His soul is revealed by the portrait. And he is just a beautiful outward shell. Also, another thing that I felt is relevant about being a beautiful cage thing is the fact that his conscience also is trapped. He's trapped in his conscience and in prioritizing his beauty over doing right, and that's why now he remains caged, because he escapes justice as well, because he remains beautiful and innocent, but all his wrongdoings are shown by the portrait, and as a result, that's how he remains still caged inside his conscience and the portrait. Refer to line 25. Then suddenly it says, it was line, okay, let's be sure, it was line 12 to 15. It says, then suddenly time stopped for him. Yes, that blind, slow breathing thing crawled no more, and horrible thoughts. Time being dead, raced nimbly on in front and dragged a hideous future from its grave and showed it to him. He stared at it. Its very horror made him stone. Discuss how these lines influence your attitude to Dorian as he contemplates his future. One of the things that is very clear about Dorian in this instance is we are going to talk about we are horrified. I believe when we are horrified, my attitude will be of hatred. And I feel dread for his future. Why? In the sense that he has become emotionless after killing his friend. He's just killed his friend, but he's so emotionless. And as a result, I have nothing but dread for his future and fear for his future, I believe, in the sense that the consequences of his actions will be too much to bear for him, which is proof correct because he kills himself in the process of failing to deal with the consequences of his actions. 7.9, it says, refer to line 17. I had intended never to enter your house again, Gray. Comment on the change Alan Campbell undergoes since the start of his association with Dorian. One of the things is distressed, hatred for Dorian, because regret for his association with Dorian. As a result, what means is that it becomes a strained relationship in the sense that Alan Campbell feels that Dorian's influence was corruptive. And thus, he does not want to be part of that relationship again. 7.10 says, Dorian only has himself to blame for the horror he faces. Based on your knowledge of the play as a whole, it says, critically discuss the extent to which you agree with the statement. We are definitely right when we say Dorian is the protagonist. It's who unfortunately is responsible for his death. Obsession with youth is one of the things that we are going to use. Obsession with his beauty and youth is one of the things that we are talking about. The other thing that we are going to talk about is the issue of the portrait and the portrait, obsession with his beauty and youth, and the portrait is what brings them to this horror. So his actions lead to the dissemination and the breakdown of his relationships. And breakdown of his relationships. And thus, he has no one to blame because he is the one who leads himself to the choices that he made. Becomes hedonist, and those are the things that we mentioned based on Dorian Gray. Right, we are going to go to the next question, which is the life of Pi. Pi's unusual approach to life becomes his greatest strength, is what we are going to talk about now. With close reference to the novel, it says, we are supposed to critically discuss the validity of his statement. It's definitely a character question as well, and it means this year we are definitely dealing with characters. Right. when we are coming to Pi's approach to life, there are certain things that we're going to mention. Right. Let's go to our empty page, which is this one at the end. One of the things that stands up for me when it comes to Pi's approach to life is the following. The first one will definitely be his diverse religious faith. Now, what does his diverse religious faith do? It actually provides him to be able to adapt. When he is stranded in the lifeboat. I'm also going to talk about the issue that it's the one that grooms resilience in him. So when his religion grooms resilience in him, he is also able to survive. For 227 days on a lifeboat with a tiger. So for me, that really stands out with the Bengal tiger. So that's what really shows us his strength of character. Those are his strengths, and we recommend him for that because they come in handy for him when he is in the boat. I'm also going to talk about his love for animals from a young age, from the zoo, I believe, and his interest in the father's lessons. In the zoo, which becomes his strength in the boat with Parker, to survive with Parker and avoid being eaten. I think it also helped to the adaptation of the alter ego. Alpha male situation in the boat. So as a result, that really shows me something about him that really came in handy, and he was able to survive in the boat. And therefore, I recommend him for that, as he is able to survive in the boat. So as a result, that's what I believe came in handy for Dorian, for Pi in the boat. The other thing that can come in handy also is the issue of how he overcame bullying at school, which was due to his love for maths and maths equations. When he adapted to solving things from a young age, I really believe it really was the biggest contributor of how to survive in the boat and solve the challenges he faced in the boat. So that came in handy for him, and I believe it played a big role. We are going to go to extract C, which is the contextual questions of the life of Pi. There was silence. The teacher was staring at the board. I was holding my breath. Then he said, "Very well, Pi, sit down. Next time we'll ask permission before leaving your desk." I repeated the stunt with every teacher. Repetition is important in the training not only of animals but also of humans. Between one commonly named boy and the next, I rush forward and emblazoned, sometimes with a terrible screech, the details of my rebirth. It got to be that after a few times the boys sang along with me, a crescendo that climaxed after a quick intake of air while I underlined the proper note with such a rousing rendition of my new name that it would have been the delight of my choir master. A few boys followed up with a whispered agent, 3.14, as I wrote as fast as I could, and I ended the concert by slicing the circle with such vigor that bits of chalk went flying. When I put my hand up that day, which I did every chance I had, teachers granted me the right to speak with a single syllable that was music to my ears. Even my brother, the captain of the cricket team, that local board approved. He took me aside the next week. "What's this I hear about a nickname you have?" he said. I kept silent because whatever mocking was to come, it was to come. There was no avoiding it. Right, we are going to start our contextual questions and try and figure out what was needed today. All right. When we are asked to account for the silence mentioned in line 1, the first thing we're going to talk about is the teacher is waiting for Pi to finish, and Pi is waiting for the teacher to react. So the silence is due to the anticipation. It will definitely be due to the anticipation of the teacher's reaction to his mathematical equation that he has written on the board. So it's due to the expectation of the response. Right. We go to 9.2. 9.2 says, give 2 reasons for Pi being given his birth name, Paisin Molita. It was a parental choice, family or parental choice without fail. And when we are going back, it was to a swimming pool. Pi mentions that Paisin Molita is the name of a swimming pool in France. So when we're coming to the swimming pool in France, we are told that the parents chose his name because of the uniqueness and them going to that swimming pool, and therefore I believe it was for memories, and that's the reason for his name. 9.3 referred to line 17 to 18. It says, "What is this?" He says, and explain what these lines imply about my relationship about the relationship between the brothers. It was the brother asking them, hearing about you having a nickname. And one of the things that are clear is that the brother used to mock him as well. Mockery from the brother. And Pi was used to it. And as a result, that's why he did not tell his brother first, because the brother used to mock him. And As a result, it was a tense relationship with his brother, which was based on his brother always making fun of him and how different he is because of his intelligence and his passion for maths. Refer to line 4. I repeated the stunt with every teacher. Discuss what the stunt reveals about pi at the stage in the novel. One of the things that it reveals is that testing boundaries is what he was testing boundaries because it was in a school situation, seeking attention is something that is very clear. Expecting a reaction or seeking a reaction from the authorities is what we are seeing here. Refer to lines 4 to 5, that's 9.5. Discuss how repetition plays a significant role in Pi's life on the boat. It created a routine, definitely. It created a routine, and if it created a routine, it became a coping mechanism for him. So if it became a coping mechanism, it means that he found comfort in controlling the chaos, the situation of being stranded. And that's what we alluded to. And as a result, it was his survival mode. All right. That's our 9.5. We are going to go now to extract D, which is from chapter 92. How much hope? How much hope come to nothing? It says. And it says, how much stored up conversation that died unsaid, how much loneliness endured, how much hopelessness taken on. And after all that, what of it? What to show for it? Nothing but some animal, like small change in a pocket. The person must have died in the tree. Was it illness, injury, depression? How long does it take for a broken spirit to kill a body that has food, water, and shelter? The trees were carnivorous too. But at the much lower level of acidity, safe enough to stay in for the night while the rest of the island seethed. But once the person had died and stopped moving, the tree must have slowly wrapped itself around the body and digested it. The very bones leached of nutrients until they vanished. In time, even the teeth would have disappeared. I looked around at the alga. Bitterness welled up in me. The radiant promise it offered during the day was replaced in my heart by all the treachery it delivered at night. I muttered, nothing but teeth left, teeth. By the time morning came, my grim decision was taken. I preferred to set off and perish in search of my own kind than to live in a lonely half-life of physical comfort and spiritual death of this murderous island. I could not abandon Richard Parker. To leave him would mean to kill him. He would not survive the first night. Right. Place the extract in context. Right. One of the things that are very clear is right. Because soon after the ship sank, his parents, everyone on board, and the animals sink. And Pi survives and lands on a lifeboat. Right. Refer to line 17. I could not abandon Richard Parker, it says. In light of later events, explain why the statement is ironic. Okay. When we come to this one, it's ironic because later on in the event, we have the relationship between Pi and Richard Parker. The danger of the tiger is great when it comes to Pi's survival. The irony lies in the fact that he ends up coexisting with the tiger. Danger of Richard Parker to Pi is later on contradicted by the coexistence that happens between them. Right. So it shows the adaptations that they both make for survival. They both adapt for survival. It was 2 marks. All right. We move on to question 9.8. Refer to lines 1 to 6. How much hope? It said, how much hope come to nothing? And I believe one of the things is when we talk about discuss how these lines influence your response to Pi at this point in the novel, I'm going to mention the issue of apologies. I'm going to mention the issue of they set a tone of desperation, panic, desperation, panic for me, and when it comes to Pi and his situation. He is stranded on a lifeboat with limited resources. And as a result, the mentioning of the word hope is dire in this instance because he doesn't have the basics to survive that are needed for him to survive. So as a result, I believe I'll be empathetic to Pi. Empathy definitely comes in there. That's my reaction to Pi at this point in the novel, towards his survival and endurance in the boat. Refer to lines 17 to 18. I could not. It says comment on how Richard Parker can be seen as a symbol of survival in the novel. How do we view Richard Parker as a symbol of survival? One of the things that we must mention here without any delay is he symbolizes the power of nature and he stands for the survival instincts. Symbol of nature, power of nature, survival instincts, I believe, also come in. The other thing that we'll talk about is that Richard Parker becomes also a symbol of survival for Pi, because Pi coexists with him. He must coexist with him, and he ends up coexisting with him, leading to the dynamics between them of companionship and both their wills to live. And he plays a big role for Pi in the boat. Pi's faith and scientific mind guide all aspects of his life. That's our 9.10. Based on your knowledge of the novel as a whole, critically discuss the extent to which you agree with the statement. Spirituality, I'll start with his spirituality. His faith is his navigator, and it gives him hope and a sense of meaning. So when we say it gives him hope and a sense of meaning, we mean that he becomes driven to actually become better. He uses science as a way of balancing himself and life, and therefore he uses both aspects to become practical, to deal with survival and the challenges in the boat. And we will be writing saying that they both play a big role. That is our contextual of Life of Pi. We are going to our play section, which is section C, and that is our plays. Okay, let's go to section C. All right. We are starting with Hamlet. When we're coming into the question, the essay question, it says various characters in Hamlet use deception and disguise to achieve their goals. Critically discuss the above statement in relation to the play. Make reference to a minimum of 3 characters in your response. Your response should take the form of a well-constructed essay, 400 to 450 words. The first person that we are going to talk about is definitely Hamlet himself. Hamlet is guilty of deception and we cannot leave him out. We have to blame him for the deception that he does, and therefore we'll start with him, I believe, today. Right. What do we mean when talking of Hamlet? I'm going to just roll off here. Right. Hamlet is deceiving because of the following reasons. The first one would be the feigned madness. That would be the first one. We blame him for being deceptive. And when he becomes deceptive, what does he do? He feigns madness. When he feigns madness, he decides that I'm going to hide my true intentions, hides his true intentions. When he hides his true intentions to observe Claudius. That's the first thing that he does. He wants to observe Claudius and see if he is going to show any guilt. Right. The second one is the mousetrap without faith. When we are talking about the mousetrap, we are saying he decides intentionally to bring in the players. When he brings in the players, his only objective is to observe Claudius during the presentation of the play, which was an enactment of the murder of his father, the king, and therefore he wants to see if the king Claudius is going to reveal any signs of realizing that he is aware of how his father died, and therefore bring in a reaction. So as a result, this was to get a reaction from Claudius, and therefore we blame him for that. Right. Our next point is going to come from swapping the letters. Claudius gives letters to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern for Hamlet's death. But what does Hamlet do? Hamlet, he swaps the question, he swaps the letters. And when he swaps the letters, he now sends Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to their death. So that's what we call by deception when it comes to Hamlet. We are going to talk about Claudius as well. He's definitely deceptive as well. Why? He uses deception to his advantage and to take the throne. Marries the queen so that he can get the throne, and he lies about the death, claiming it was natural. Lies about King Hamlet's death, that it was natural. So as a result, we blame him for that lie, and he is manipulative. And as we said, an incestuous marriage is done. So we blame him for this. We're also going to talk about the deception of calling in Hamlet's friends. He calls in Hamlet's friends under the disguise of deception, and he wants them to spy on Hamlet. So that's deception, to spy and bring him the news of what they do, of what they discover about Hamlet. The other person that we can blame for being deceptive is Polonius. He uses deceitful, to spy on others, especially on Hamlet. Uses Ophelia, his own daughter, to observe Hamlet. And when he uses Ophelia, he also sends Reynaldo to spy on his own son, to spy on Laertes. And that is what we call deception there. So when we're coming in and talking about deception, we are talking about him. He hides his true intentions by pretending to be a loyal advisor. He pretends to be a loyal advisor to the king, while to others, while acting as a spy. Right, that is Polonius for us. We cannot leave out the two friends who are Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, because they were deceptive to their friend, who is Hamlet. They are deceptive to Hamlet in the sense that they agree to spy on Hamlet. When they agree to spy on Hamlet, it means that they are going to secretly gather information for Claudius and Gertrude. For Claudius and Gertrude. And they now are serving the motives of the king and the queen. And therefore, I believe those are the characters that we blame for that. I also do blame Laertes. He's a victim, but he's also a perpetrator at the same time. When we say he's a victim and a perpetrator at the same time, we are going to talk about the issue that when he agrees to push the agendas of King Claudius and do the duet, it means that he will become deceptive to Hamlet. Why? He's going to agree to use the sword, which is tainted with poison, hiding his true intentions to King Hamlet while making him seem like an act of honor, and therefore we blame him for that. That is our essay question for Hamlet. We are going to go to the contextuals. Our contextuals are coming from Act 1, Scene 1. Right. It says, Francisco, a sentry at his post, enter Bernardo. Right. Enter Bernardo, it says. Who's there? Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself. Bernardo says, long live the king. Francisco to Bernardo. Bernardo says, her. Francisco, you come most carefully upon your hour. 'Tis now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco. Francisco says, for this relief much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart. Bernardo says, have you had quiet guard? Not a mouse stirring. Bernardo says, well, good night. If you do meet Horatio and Marcellus, the rivals of my watch, bid them make haste, he says. Right. When we're coming into this extract, we are going to talk about the fact that it's enter Horatio and Marcellus. Listen, I think I hear them. Stand ho, who is there? Friends to this ground, Marcellus says, and leadmen to the day, give you good night, or farewell, honest soldier, who hath relieved you? Bernardo hath my place, give you good night. Francisco off, holla Bernardo, say, what is Horatio there? A piece of him. Welcome, Horatio, welcome, good Marcellus. What has this thing appeared again tonight? I have seen nothing. Horatio says, 'tis but our fantasy, and will not let belief take hold of him. Touching this dreaded sight twice seen of us, therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition come, he may approve our eyes and speak to it. Tush, tush, 'twill not appear. Right. The first question says to us, this is from Act 1, Scene 1. And we're in Act 1, Scene 1. It is the beginning of the play. So we are going to talk about this. Right. Describe the change that has recently occurred in the royal family is the question. What has occurred in the royal family is that the new king, who is Claudius, has come into power and has married Queen Gertrude. And those are the things that we are going to start off with when we do the discussion. Death of the previous king is what begins. Death of King Hamlet, followed by new king, who is Claudius. And I believe it would also be the marriage. Right. So that's what we start off with when we begin Act 1, Scene 1. Give 2 reasons why the guards are on edge in this extract. They've seen a ghost. They have seen a ghost. Also, twice is what they mention, resembles the late king. Late King Hamlet. So those are the 2 things that we get when we come to Act 1, Scene 1, and we realize why the guards are on edge in this extract. Right, we are going to go on to 11.3. Refer to line 4. Long live the king, it says. Right. In light of later events, explain the irony of Bernardo's statement. Okay. Bernardo claims that he has seen nothing when asked if the ghost has appeared again. Later on in the play, it becomes clear that the ghost of King Hamlet does not appear to Hamlet, which confirms the guard's fears about the ghost. So as a result, when we're coming in, only appears to Hamlet. It only appears to Hamlet, and that's what it does appear to Hamlet to prove that it is the king, the ghost of the king. We move on to question, I believe we are in question 11.4, refer to line 21. Oh, farewell, honest soldier. Discuss the significance of honesty in relation to the play as a whole. Hamlet, as a play, has honesty as a very important theme or a central theme. And one of the things is, I think he says this, this is what Hamlet says to, this is what Horatio says to Hamlet at the end of the play. So when we are coming in, we are talking about Hamlet's praise of Horatio. Because he is the one person he trusts, and therefore he feels that he can be the one person who can give him the truth amidst the betrayal that he is caught up in. So as a result, when we're coming to the play as a whole, I'm going to talk about when Horatio also does the same to Hamlet's farewell. Because this was based on true friendship, and the true friendship without fail had trust and honesty. It was built on trust and honesty. Refer to line 33 to 39. Discuss what these lines reveal about Horatio's character at this point in the play. One of the things is loyal. And very observant. I think that's what I'm also realizing today. What does he do? He reports back to Hamlet about his observations, and as a result, which is due to his trustworthy character. He is very trustworthy, and as a result, he is also discreet. That's something that we need to talk about, and very open, and that's what shows us his character there. We are going to the next extract, which is coming from Act 3, Scene 2. Oh, good Horatio, I'll take the ghost words for £1,000. Didst perceive? Very well, my lord. Upon the talk of poisoning, I did very well note him. Re-enter Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, and he says, Hamlet, upon the talk of the poisoning, I did very well note him. After Rosencrantz and Guildenstern enter, Hamlet says, aha, turns his back upon them. Come some music, come the recorders. For if the king like not the comedy, why then belike he likes it not petty. Come some music. Good my lord, vouchsafe me a word with it, that's Guildenstern. Sir, a whole history. The king, sir, that's Guildenstern. I say, what of him? Is in his retirement marvelous distempered, with drink, sir? No, my lord, rather with choler. Enters Polonius, and Polonius says, my lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently. Right, this is immediately as we are ending the extract after the mousetrap. Hamlet says, then I will come to my mother and by aside. They fool me to the top of my bent. I will come by and by. Polonius says, I will say so. Polonius off. By and by is easily said. Leave me, friends, the rest off except Hamlet. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out. Contagion to this world, now could I drink hot blood, and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft now to my mother, O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soil of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none. My tongue and soul in this be hypocrites. How in my words some ever she be shent, to give themselves never, my soul consent. This is from Act 3, Scene 2. They are asking us to place the extract in context, and this is after the mousetrap. So when we're coming in after the mousetrap performance has happened, and the mousetrap performance has revealed Claudius's fright, and he runs out of the room, flushed and running. So when we're coming in, we are saying that when the mother, Gertrude, is convinced by Polonius to allow him to eavesdrop behind the curtain, the conversation that will happen between her and the son. And therefore, that's the extract in context that leads us to the calling of Hamlet to go to the mother's chambers. Refer to line 21, it says, "My lord, the queen would speak with you, and presently account for the queen's request to speak with Hamlet." We realize the panic that has been created by the reaction of the king, and therefore the mother now, who's the queen, Gertrude, wants to address his behavior towards the marriage between her and Claudius, because she feels he is affected by the marriage and has not accepted the death of the king. Those are the two marks that will give us the request for the queen's command for Hamlet to come to his chambers. Refer to line 37 to 38. "Let me be, but use none." Comment on what these lines reveal about Hamlet's attitude towards his mother. One of the things that we're going to talk about is gentle, very loving as well. He is angry, and he uses the incidents of how Nero almost killed his mother because of anger. And I believe when he says the soul of Nero entered this firm bosom. So he decides and plans that he is not going to be harsh towards his mother. Decides to be gentle and not allow his anger to control him. He decides that I'm going to be confrontational with my mother, but I will not harm her. That's where the gentleness comes from. No harm to his mother. 11.9 says, refer to line 7 to 8. Come some music, come the recorders. If we're the director of the production of the play, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? It says, pay special attention to body language and tone. One of the things is we will talk about a tense posture, very tense. What do we mean by tense? We are going to talk about closed fists. When we say closed fists, it will be showing his controlled emotions. That's the body language. I'm also going to add straight stare to show boldness as well. So we have two things there that can come in the body language. When it comes to the tone, I believe it will be very sharp, high-pitched as well. To try and show his conflict, internal conflict is what is supposed to be in the voice. And that's what we are getting. It was one body language, one tone discussed to show the marker that you can be a director of the play. 11.10, as we move, it says, refer to line 35 to 36. Oh, heart, lose this firm bosom. Critically discuss how Hamlet's inner conflict influences his actions throughout the play. Indecisiveness is what we are going to give in today. He becomes indecisive. His conflict gives the clouding of not taking any action or not knowing which action to take. And therefore, when he fails to do that, he does not make any solid decision. And therefore, we blame him for that. One of the things is his moral dilemma is brought out by the internal conflict that he faces. We are also going to talk about the procrastination, which is not to take any action, but instead to try and validate why he does not revenge, as the ghost implied him to. And one of the other things is his mother. His love for his mother becomes also part of the reason why he does not make any decision, as he does not want to hurt his mother. That becomes the 3 marks. We have 4 points, but we just needed to discuss any 2 and be validated on why the inner conflict is reflected and his actions are questionable throughout the play. We have come to the end of the contextual questions for Hamlet, and we are going to Othello. Deception and disguise are central to shaping the actions of the characters in Othello. Critically discuss the above statement in relation to the play and make reference to a minimum of 2 characters in your response. We were given a directive of a minimum of 2 characters, and this is the essay question that has been very specific, and there is no difference in the questioning technique of the play, and that is something that we need to understand when coming to revise for essays. Anything to do with questioning technique, please have a directive of saying, I discuss my characters, I discuss them based on what they reflect and are showing and their actions are giving out. That is a character question that was dominating in the 2025 paper. Right, we are going to go to deception and disguise. And I believe when we're coming to deception and disguise, we still have the same feature as the main characters are to blame. They are very deceptive and we blame them for being deceptive here. One of the people that we will talk about is Iago. The first one that we will break down is Iago when it comes to deception. He is the master of deception in this play, in the sense that he is the one who drives the plot in causing confusion and chaos amongst all of them. We call him the puppet master when we were summarizing the characters. And when we call him the puppet master, it's in the sense that he manipulates everyone around him. He does not have an extent to his manipulation, and therefore that is how we see how deceptive he is. Pretending to be loyal to Othello is the first thing we blame him for. So he is pretending to Othello by insinuating that he is on his side. But realistically, what he does is to feed him lies. He does not only feed him lies, he is secretly plotting for the downfall of Othello. Othello's downfall. And this is where we find him feeding him lies about Desdemona, and that she's having an affair. We are seeing that the disguise pushes Othello's jealousy, and when Othello becomes jealous, he cannot control himself, and he blurs the line between doing right and actually listening to Iago, and therefore he sees a gap in Othello's weakness, and jealousy becomes Othello's weakness that allows him to be a puppet in Iago's hand. One of the things that we're also going to talk about is deception in Othello becomes successful in the sense that he believes Desdemona is unfaithful, and he is given evidence that does not exist, which is the handkerchief that was dropped by mistake, but it becomes a gap for Iago to prove to Othello that Desdemona is unfaithful. One of the things that we're also going to talk about is the biggest downfall that leads to his insecurities is his race. He is from outside Venetia, so as a result, he's a black, and he feels he's out of place, and that kills his self-esteem, which leads him to be shaped by Iago, and leads to murdering Desdemona without any valid reasons. So it leads to the tragic end of Othello, because he kills Desdemona based on deception that is given by Iago, and as a result, he now also loses his life. Being vulnerable is something that we blame him for as the main protagonist in the play, because he is a commander, he is a leader, and he does not reflect the leadership when it comes to his character, in the sense that he is allowed he allows himself to be manipulated, and when he is manipulated, he becomes paranoid. The paranoia is the one that leads to his loss of control. The other thing that we're going to talk about are his insecurities. When we talk of his insecurities, we will talk about the issue that as a noble and secure post in Venetia, he transforms into a mouse that is being led in a mad witch hunt, which is not there, because he ends up being jealous, he ends up being violent, and the false reality that is given to him is what leads the misdirection of his character. And as such, we look at the tragic consequences of Iago's deception and disguise to the others, and the loss of lives. And therefore, that becomes one of the things that we bring into the play, which is Othello. We are going to the context questions. We are on extract G, which is question number 13, and it's the contextual questions. And our contextual questions came from Act 1, Scene 2. And the second extract was from Act 5, Scene 1. This is a coincidental build-up to what happens at the beginning to try and find a connection with the end, and therefore we bring the two together. So as a result, if you know what happens at the beginning, you must definitely know also what happens at the end. And they want to see how you can bring the two contexts together and find common ground. Rabancio says, "Oh, thou foul thief, where hast thou stored my daughter?" Damned as thou art, thou hast enchanted her, for I'll refer me to all things of sense. If she in chains of magic were not found, whether a maid so tender, fair, and happy, so opposite to marriage that she shunned the wealthy Celts, darlings of our nation, would ever have to incur a general mock. Run from her gut gate to the sooty bosom of such a thing as thou, to fear, not to delight. Judge me the world, if 'tis not gross incense that thou hast practised on her with foul charms, abused her delicate youth with drugs or minerals, that weekend's motion I'll have disputed on, 'tis probably and palpable to thinking. I therefore apprehend and do attach thee, for an abuser of the world, a practicer of arts inhibited and out of warrant, lay hold upon him. If he do resist, subdue him at his peril. Othello responds, hold your hands, both you of my inclining and the rest. Were it my cue to fight, I should have known it without a prompter. Where will you that I go to answer this your charge? Brabantio responds and says, to prison till fit time, of law and cause of direct sessions, call thee to answer. What if I do obey? How may the Duke be there when satisfied, whose messengers are here about my side, upon some present business of the state, to bring me to him? Bring him away. Mine's not an idle cause, says Brabantio. The Duke himself or any of my brothers of the state cannot but feel this wrong as truly their own. For if such actions may have passage free, born slaves and pagans shall our statement be. Our question, which is 13.1, says, describe what has occurred just prior to this extract. The play of words is very much to note in this year's paper because it is the same questions, but they've been worded differently. Let's be very careful when we're answering the questions and know that this question is the same as place the extract in context. They just say just prior, and you must not be confused because it's just the wording which has changed. One of the things that we are talking about is that discovery of the elopement has been done. Marriage between Othello and Desdemona. And the elopement has happened. And what happens is that the Duke, who is the father to Desdemona, has called for the arrest of Othello. So that's what we are taking when starting off the extract. Refer to lines 2 to 4. It says, explain what these lines reveal about Brabantio's attitude towards Othello. One of the things that is very clear from his tone is hostility, very hostile, and hatred, tainted with hatred. And when we realize this, we are talking about, he feels that Othello has coerced Desdemona to marry him, and the only reason he has is witchcraft. He says he has bewitched her because of his race. He stereotypes him and says he has used witchcraft or manipulation because Desdemona would not have chosen to marry Othello otherwise. Refer to line 30 to 33, it says, how may thee explain why the Duke has sent his messengers to find Othello? One of the things is the Duke has sent messengers to find Othello because there is business of the state that requires Othello's attention. Important state matters, which is the threat of the tax against Cyprus. Threats of the tax against Cyprus. Pressing urgent matters. If you were the director of the production of Othello, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Pay special attention to body language and tone. We are very clear. One of the things is The words were, hold your hands, this is your charge. I believe Brabantio in this instance will be showing standing tall, confidence, confidently, boldly, is what we are seeing and talking about today, with the commanding presence. That's what we are getting right now. And also what we are also going to talk about is a loud, bold voice, loud, bold tone, in the sense that tone of outrage as well. Commanding tone as well is appropriate there. Right. Discuss the impression the reader has of Desdemona at this point of the play. One of the things that we're going to talk about is that she's not present in the scene. So which means we are using our knowledge of the context of the play, where we are saying that decisive, independent, defiant. I believe one of the reasons I will add on defiant is that she has made a choice against her father's wishes. And that is what brings me to this. So the choice is against her father's wishes. Her father's wishes. So that's what we are getting about her there. We are going to the next extract, which is extract H, Cassio. Here, for heaven's sake, help me. Iago says, what's the matter? This is Othello's ancient, as I take it. The same indeed, a very valiant fellow. What are you here that cry so grievously? Iago says, oh, I am spoiled and done by villains. Give me some help. Oh, my lieutenant, what villains have done this? I think that one of them is here about and cannot make a way. Oh, treacherous villains to Lodovico and Gratiano. What are you there? Come in and give some help. Oh, help me here. That's one of them. Oh, murderous slave, oh villain. Iago stabs Rodrigo. Oh, damned Iago. Oh, inhuman dog. Enter in, Emilia. Lass, what's the matter? What's the matter, husband? Cassio has here been set on in the dark by Rodrigo and fellows that are escaped. He's almost lain and Rodrigo dead. Allah's good gentleman, Allah's good Cassio. This is the fruits of warring, pretty Emilia. God know of Cassio where he supped tonight. To Bianca, what do you shake at that? Bianca responds, he supped at my house, but I therefore shake not. Or did he so? I charge you go with him. Or fee upon this trumpet. I am no strumpet, but of life as honest as you that does abuse me. Aside, Iago says, this is the night that either makes me or foredoes me quiet. This is from Act 5, Scene 1. We are going towards the end of the play when we are in Act 5, and as a result, we must be very aware that when we are dealing with Act 5, this is where we have a build-up of a lot of events. Right. The scene involves a confrontation that is happened. And one of the things is Bianca accuses Iago of involving her in a plot. So it is the one of the things that is very clear is that Cassio is attacked by Rodrigo and Iago is involved in that plot. And that's why we are coming in and having that as the placing in extracts. 13.7 says, explain why Gratiano explain why Gratiano and Lodovico are in Cyprus. One of the things is they are part of the Venetian delegation. I believe they were sent as a delegation to oversight of Othello's actions in Cyprus. Lodovico is a messenger from Venice, and he arrives in Cyprus with news and to assess the situation regarding Othello's governance. So they were here to observe. And they were also here to oversee Othello's governance. 13.8 says, refer to line 6 to 7, or I am me some help. Discuss the irony of Cassio's appeal in these lines. One of the things is we are going to talk about it leads to the twist in the plot. When we are going to mention it was 6 to 7, let's read them fully because that's how we'll get it. 6 to 7 says, what are you here that cry so grievously? Iago, I am spoiled and done by villains. Give me some help. The irony is that the villain is Iago. Iago is the result of Cassio being in this situation because Iago is behind the plot against Cassio, and as a result, that's part of his manipulation plan. Or damned Iago, or inhuman dog. With reference to the play as a whole, critically discuss the validity of this assessment of Iago's character. One of the things that we're going to talk about is that motives of deception. Very deceptive, very manipulative. Same things that we talked about in the essay are coming in again. He is the antagonist of the play after all, and as a result, his role is what deserves for him to be called such, which is an inhuman dog because he lacks empathy. What he's doing is he is driven by jealousy and greed and grudges, and therefore, which pushes him to the edge of being a villain. He is a villain. All right, that is our Othello, and we are moving on to our question 14, which is the Crucible. Many of the villages in Salem used deception and disguise to achieve their goals. All right, let's go to okay. Let's go to the Crucible and see what was coming in for us there. Right. One of the things that we're going to talk about is to decide how many characters. It said minimum of 3 characters in this one. Okay. You understand that part? Who are we going to talk about? We're going to go to our blank page. Abigail Williams is the first culprit without fail. Abigail Williams is the first one. I believe I'm also going to talk about Mary Warren. Yes, we cannot leave her out. We are also going to talk about Judge Danforth. Is going to come in as well in our discussion. Definitely, we cannot leave him out because he is responsible for a lot of wrongs in the courthouse. So let's start with Abigail Williams first. One of the things I will mention about Abigail is that she is the primary deceiver. The primary deceiver, or the primary source of deception. In the sense that we are saying that after being caught dancing in the woods, she accuses others of witchcraft. Dances in the woods, but to avoid punishment, she accuses others of witchcraft. Right. When she accuses others of witchcraft, she shifts the blame from herself, and that is the manipulation that we are talking about. When she shifts the blame from herself, she has an ulterior motive. Her ulterior motive is to get rid of Elizabeth Proctor and as a result, so she can have John to herself. Okay. She is very pretentious. When we are talking about pretense, when they're in the courtroom, what does she do? She uses elaborate trances of pretending to see spirits in the form of a yellow bird, to manipulate the court officials and maintain her power as an accuser, innocent and pure accuser. That is our Abigail Williams. When we are coming into Mary Warren, I'm going to talk about as the Proctor's servant. She is one of the girls who were dancing in the forest. One of the girls dancing in the forest. But as one of the girls dancing in the forest, she is the Proctor's servant. As a result, she is very weak in character, and being weak in character allows her to be manipulated by Abigail. Manipulated by Abigail. When she is easily manipulated by Abigail, she does try to tell the truth in court, but is quickly frightened into submission by Abigail and the other girls' threats. She is threatened as well by Abigail and the other girls, threatened by Abigail and the other girls. When she feels threatened by Abigail and the other girls, she also submits into the theatrics that they perform at the court. But one of the things is to save herself from punishment or from being accused of witchcraft. She ultimately turns on John Proctor, accusing him of being the devil's man. And therefore, she joins the other girls in her lies. So we definitely blame Mary Warren that she is deceptive because she turns on her employer, who is John Proctor, and calls him the devil's man. We're going to talk about Judge Danforth as well. I believe it will be Judge Danforth and the other court officials. Right. We are very clear to say that it became a proceeding, it became court proceedings and not trials because of the conduct of the judges. Because of the conduct of Judge Danforth and the other judges. It wasn't a fair trial in the sense that we blame them that their pride. Judge Danforth lies to himself by refusing to acknowledge the possibility of the girl's deception. Because the ultimate goal is to maintain the authority. So it was reputation over truth. And therefore, what do? They want to maintain the authority. It was reputation over truth. It was power over the fairness. So there is no fairness because he wants to maintain authority of the court, and therefore admitting the accusations are false would really undermine their power, and therefore there will be a mockery. Their pride is bigger than their jobs, and therefore it means they accept the girl's deception. And what do? When they accept the girl's deception, they actually condemn innocent people. That's what we blame him for. So as a result, that's what we are going to mention about him. But I want to add another character. I believe I'm going to talk about Thomas Putnam. I'm definitely going to talk about Thomas Putnam because there's something that's ringing in me right now to say he uses the atmosphere of the witches, the rumors and atmosphere of the witches, of the witch trials, not witches, of the witch trials, and the accusations made by the girls, to push his personal agenda. Right. His personal agenda is the land. He gains the land if Reverend Paris is condemned by the court and his children, the child and the niece are found guilty. It means that as the next neighbor, he is benefiting and will buy the land, and therefore he will become richer. He also encourages his own daughter, Ruth, to accuse people of witchcraft. Encourages his daughter, Ruth, to accuse people of witchcraft. So this is what we blame him for, and that's what we call deceptive in him. So when we are coming in, it is true that the lying, the pretense becomes so widespread. Survival mechanisms are at the highest level because of the hysteria that is overpowering Salem. Salem has been overtaken by the witch rumors and the witchcraft rumors, and as a result, all of them now are being accused of witchcraft. And what do? They fail now to maintain any sense of order, and Puritanism is thrown out of the window. That is our essay based on the Crucible. We are going to the contextual questions, which is the final question today, and it is question number 15. These are the context questions, and that's what we're going to deal with now. All right. The context questions, I believe the first extract was coming from Act 1, and that's what we're going to start off with today. Right. When we come into Act 1, this is the opening of the play, and I believe no one was expecting that they'll give us Act 1 because everyone was in a tense mode that it will be either from Act 2 or Act 3 or Act 4 or whatever it is. But here it is. We are getting this today and saying, all right, we got the extract and we are very grateful for that. I'll fly to Mama, let me fly. She raises her arms as though to fly, streaks for the window, gets one leg out. And then it says, pulling her away from the window, I told him everything. He knows now. He knows everything. You drank blood, Abby. You didn't tell him that. Betty, you never say that again. You will never. You did. You drank a charm to kill John Proctor's wife. You drank a charm to kill Goody Proctor. Smashes her across the face. Shut it. Now shut it. Collapsing on the bed. Mama, she dissolves into sobs. Now look you, all of you. We danced, and Taituba conjured Ruth Putnam's dead sisters, and that is all. And mark this, let either of you breathe a word or the edge of a word about the other things. And I will come to you in the black of some terrible night, and I will bring a pointy reckoning that will shatter you. And you know I can do it. I saw Indians smash my dear parents' heads on the pillow next to mine, and I've seen some reddish work done at night, and I can make you wish you had never seen the sun go down. She goes to Betty and roughly sits her up. Now you sit up and stop this. But Betty collapses in her hands and lies inert on the bed. With hysterical fright, what's got her? Abigail stares in fright at Betty. Abby, she's going to die. It's a sin to conjure, and we starting for Mary. I say, shut it, Mary Warren. Enter John Proctor. On seeing him, Mary Warren leaps in fright. Place this extract in context. Okay. When we're coming in, the girls have been caught dancing in the woods by Reverend Paris and rumors of witchcraft are circulating in the village. Right. Refer to line 7 to 8. You drank to kill Goody Proctor. Explain why Abigail wants to kill John Proctor's wife. She had an affair with John Proctor, who broke it off. I believe it's who ended it. But Abigail now wants John back. As she also has been fired by Elizabeth. Remember, she was working in the Proctor household and she has been fired or chased away by Goody Proctor. Refer to lines 24 to 25. Enter John Proctor, leaps in fright. Explain Mary Warren's position in the Proctor household. She is a servant. And works for the Proctors. Refer to lines 3 to 4. I told him, knows everything. We discuss the role of dishonesty in the context of the play as a whole. One of the things that we're going to talk about is deception and dishonesty is very clear when we talk about the girls' lies. The girls' lies and accusations is dishonesty. One of the things is Bettiness, name is implicated. Name is implicated, and that's a lie. Elizabeth is accused of bewitching Abigail. A lot of arrests are made. And people are given only two options. It's either you confess to witchcraft or you hang. So as a result, it leads to the loss of many lives because of the girls' lies and deception that happens. Discuss what these lines reveal about Abigail's character at this point in the play. Very controlling, manipulative, and threatens the girls, uses violence against the girls to control the narrative that will be given to the community. She's a liar as well. Extract J is Danforth, which is in the court, pointing at the confection in Proctor's hand. Is that document a lie? If it is a lie, I will not accept it. What say you? I will not deal in lies, mister. Proctor is motionless. You will give me your honest confession in my hand, or I cannot keep you from the rope. Proctor does not reply. Which way do you go, mister? His breast heaving, his eyes staring. Proctor tears the paper and crumples it. And he is weeping in fury but erect. Marshall, hysterically as though the tearing paper were his life. Proctor, man, you will hang, you cannot. And then it says, his eyes full of tears, I can. And there's your first marvel that I can. You have made your magic now. For now, I do think I see some shred of goodness in John Proctor. Not enough to weave a banner with, but white enough to keep it from such dogs. Elizabeth, in a burst of terror, rushes to him and weeps against his hand. Give them no tear. Tears pleasure them. Show honor now. Show a stony heart and sink them with it. He has lifted her and kisses her now with great passion. Let you fear nothing. Another judgment waits us all. Hang them high over the town. Who weeps for these, weeps for corruption. Right. We are coming into Act 4. This is the second extract of question number 15. And let's see exactly what we are asked to do from the beginning of this one. Right. It says, describe what has occurred just prior to this extract. And one of the things is we are saying it is place the extract in context. It's the same questions. So there's no difference to it. Place the extract in context. As I said earlier on, the wording is the one that has just changed for us, but it's still the same things. And therefore, we should not be confused by the new wording that is coming in, but we should be confident in saying, I am able to know what the other way of saying this question, and you should not be in fear at all. What has happened is the issue of more arrests have been made, and all right, let's come here. Proctor has come in with a petition to Judge Danforth to try and convince them that the girls are lying. And another thing is Elizabeth has been arrested, which has pushed John to come to the court and as an attempt to save his wife. Elizabeth has been arrested and accused of witchcraft, and that is our 15.6. 15.7 says, refer to lines 1 to 2. Is that document in lies, mister? Discuss the irony in Danforth's words in these lies. Danforth is a judge, but he is very subjective because instead of listening to Proctor, he is insisting on believing the girls. He is a judge and evidence has been brought to him, but he does not want evidence brought in and threatens to arrest anyone who brings in anything that is against what the girls have accused in the courts. And we see the irony of his position as a judge. Refer to line 18. Let you fear nothing. Another judgment waits us all. When we are coming to the question, it says, comment on how the statement is typical of Rebecca-ness. Rebecca Ness is known for her wisdom. She's very wise. She is morally upright. And now when we're coming into this question, it reflects her courage, reflects her strength, her courage, her faith, strength, courage, and faith amidst the accusations and the chaos in Salem. So when we are coming in, we are saying she's emphasizing that being judged on earth is not the priority, but he says moral judgment is more important. Earthly judgment must be disregarded and not feared, but moral judgment is what she faces on. There's a higher divine judgment to think about, and as a result, despite the chaos that is happening, she does not fear the chaos. She only wants the judgment that is to do with morality and divinity to be the ultimate factor. Refer to lines 19 to 20. Hang them high, whips for corruption. If you are the director of the production of the Crucible, how would you instruct the actor to deliver these lines? Pay specific attention to body language and tone. Motivate your instructions. One of the things that we should be talking about is body language, gestures, gesturing with the hand, or pointing up. And I believe one of the tones will be a tone of mockery. Disgust also comes in today as a tone to show the emotions towards those accused, as to prove how severe this the situation is. So as a result, those are the things that we could talk about. Critically discuss, that's 15.10, how John Proctor's internal conflict influences his actions. Okay. He is torn between protecting his reputation his reputation, is torn between protecting his reputation and doing what's morally right. What is morally right? One of the things that we're also going to mention about his affair with Abigail, haunts him. I think the pen is also tired. It's been a long session. And is a threat to his reputation, position, and reputation. Which makes him grapple with great guilt. He feels very guilty. And as a result, that's what shapes his decisions, shaping his decisions. The other thing that we're going to talk about is he initially, he leads to the choice he makes at the end, which could be confessing to witchcraft to save his life, but he later refuses to sign a false confession so that he can preserve his name and his integrity. So this is what leads to his tragic end, to show the importance of integrity and the consequences of being deceitful. We have finally come to the end of our long session, which is paper 2 with 15 questions, and our grand total is 80 marks. A good day to you all.